ایمان من، تو ای زادگاه نیاکان من، تو ای مهد آزاد مردان من. به خاک تو بود از دیرگاه برابر حقوق سپید و سیاه، که دوران کوروش در این بوم و بر شده پای ریزی حقوق بشر. زهر تیر و قوم و کیش و نژاد بود بینشان رشته اتحاد. چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد، بدین بوم و بر زنده یکتا نهاد. جهان آفرین تا جهان آفرید، نیاورد جز مهر و نیکی پدید. بداندیشی و کینه و دشمنی بود خوی و کردار اهریمنی. زمیندار گفتار و کردار نیک، همیشه پدید آید آثار نیک. چو ایران ما مهد زیبایی است، مهین سرزمین اهورایی است. دلم می‌کند هر دم آهنگ تو، که ننگ است ماتم به فرهنگ تو. چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد، بدین بوم و بر زنده یکتا نهاد. چنین ملت پاک و گردن فراز، به یک جنبش تازه بودش نیاز. بشد انجمن از دلیران پارس، ز پاکان و روشن ضمیران پارس. از ایران زداید نشان بدی، بر افروزدان پره ایزدی. سپربند کند بزم ناپاک را، کند بارور از هنر خاک را. هنر دانش و رامش و شادی است، هماهنگی و صلح و آزادی است. چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد، بدین بوم و بر زنده یکتا نباد.
آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده.
ایرانیان آزادیخواه، فرزندان دلیر سرزمین پارس، با جدیت و عزم راسخ از شما می‌خواهم که قدرت جمعیتان را به نیروهای سرکوبگر نهاد جمهوری اسلامی و تمام دنیا نشان دهید. برخیزید و اتحادتان را به نمایش بگذارید تا تاریکی عقب نشیند. از شما آزادیخواهان می‌خواهم که در کنار هم و در یک روز و یک ساعت در سراسر ایران بزرگ قدرت جمعی خودتان را به صورت امن به نمایش بگذارید. نیروهای سرکوبگر توان مقابله با شما را در همه شهرها و خیابانها ندارند. به نیروهای مسلح ملی فرمان می‌دهم در خانه بمانید. در آن روز بزرگ که مردم قدرتشان را آشکار می‌کنند، از مقابله با برادران و خواهران ایرانی خودداری کنید. به یاد آورید که شما نگهبانان ملت هستید، نه ابزار سرکوب. کشورهای خارجی تنها برای پیشبرد اهداف خود عمل می‌کنند و نبایستی مسئولیت تحریر و جایگزینی حکومت را بر گردن بگیرم. این حرکت نهایی بر دوش شما مردم آزادیخواه خواهد بود. پیروزی نور بر تاریکی قطعی است. به نام ایران و به حکم رسالت تاریخی از شما می‌خواهم که به یاری ایران بیایید. افتخار شما در نگهبانی از تمامیت ارضی ایران و جان و مال ملت ایران است. برخیزید. آزادی شما در همبستگی و شجاعت شماست.
درود میفرستم به شما بازاری‌ها و مردمی که خیابان‌های تهران را به دست خود گرفته‌اید. وضعیت اقتصادی مملکت تا زمانی که این رژیم سر کار هست رو به زوال خواهد بود. زمان این رسیده است که همبستگی خود را بیش از پیش حفظ بکنیم. از تمام اقشار جامعه می‌خواهم که به سایر همیهنانتون که در خیابان‌ها هستند بپیوندید و شعار سقوط نظام را سر دهید. و به خصوص پیام من به نیروهای امنیتی و انتظامی این است: سرنوشت خود را به دست خودتان بگیرید. این نظام در حال فروپاشی است. در مقابل مردم نایستید، به مردم بپیوندید. ما پیروزیم چون حق با ماست و متحد و یک صدا هستیم.
Well, hello, everyone. Happy New Year to all of you. Thank you for tuning in to today's episode of The Goldie Show. I actually have a very, very special guest with me today. Johnny, welcome. Oh, your mic is muted. Wait, let's see. Oh no, you have to unmute your mic. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
Sorry about that. Schoolboy error. I was saying to you for the third time, it's supposed to be a joke. Good to see you rather than hear you.
Yeah, it's great to see you as well. And I know everyone on X will be thrilled to have you here because you and I have been doing spaces on X about Iran for well over a year now. So it's so great to have you here now on YouTube and on the X, video stream so people can see you. Thanks so much for joining. How was your New Year's, by the way?
Yeah, just, a quiet affair, to be honest with you. Like I was saying to you off camera, I'm not looking at my best, folks. So I was thinking, should I come on video or not? And I decided, yes, I will.
You look fantastic. You look great. So you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about like makeup and getting your hair done and all the stuff that I have to worry about. So there you go. But
it's effortless for you, guys.
you just naturally look good. There you go, Johnny. But great to have you here. I know people on X will be thrilled because we've had like thousands of people join in to our previous live streams about Iran and of course the Iranian revolution against the Islamic Republic. So before I dive into a few things, I just wanted to get your thoughts on what's happening, what do you think is next? And it's been a very interesting 5 days.
It really has. I mean, we've been doing this for I think 2 years. Maybe time just goes by quickly on audio in X Spaces. I'll be honest with you, Goldie. At first, when this started, I was very skeptical. I was thinking, it's just the Bazaris, etc. I'll see how it goes. The first day I was holding back because when you've been down this road a few times, Iranians, from 2009, 2019, when it came to Masa Amini and all that. You're a bit guarded to see, is this just a flash in the pan, etc. So I was a bit guarded about it at first. I was thinking, okay. And then the second day, I thought, no, maybe there's something really here. And then 5 days later, it's snowballed. And to be honest with you, Goldie, I didn't expect it at all, whatsoever.
Really?
I didn't expect.
Why is that?
Because I was expecting more what Israel was going to do in terms of a potential round 2 and the Islamic Republic, and we saw the 12-day conflict and how people were in a bit of shock in terms of what was going on, a lot of people, very supportive of Israel, etc., because they want to get rid of this Islamic Republic. But as you can imagine, it came as a shock. The 12-day conflict. People were looking around. People then were saying, where are Iranians, etc., and all that kind of stuff. The usual things that we heard on X that we had to deal with. So I was thinking maybe it was more likely around 2 as opposed to anything else. We saw a lot of the kind of economic downhill kind of tide of things with the currency, etc. But then when it did happen, it did catch me off guard in terms of the timing of it. I didn't expect it, I'll be honest with you, in terms of people out on the streets. Did you?
So I did a live stream on Monday, and I was kind of sharing some of the early videos about the protests coming out. And the one thing that I found very interesting, and the one thing that kind of put me on notice, was, so as we know, the demonstrations started with the economic collapse of the rial. It went to a historic low of 1.4 million rials to the US dollar, versus back in 1979 it was 70 rials to the US dollar. So the shopkeepers were out striking, and they were demonstrating. But what really sort of made me like go, oh my gosh, like I think this is going to be something even bigger, is that within like an hour of the shopkeepers going out and striking, they, like, within an hour they started chanting pro-Islamic, pro-revolution, anti-Islamic chants. And one of those chants that they started right at the beginning was Natarsin, Natarsin, ma hame ba ham hastim, which translates to don't be afraid, we're all together. And that is a chant that Iranians have like chanted in the past when they are literally fighting against the Islamic Republic on the streets. So it is a pro-revolution, anti-Islamic Republic chant. And so the fact that within an hour they went from complaining about the economy to pro-revolution, anti-Islamic chants, that sort of made me realize, okay, maybe this is bigger than what we think. And of course, ever since then, it's just completely expanded. And it's grown massively.
Yeah, so for me, when I started to hear the chants of Reza Pahlavi, and that was becoming more and more and more and all over the place, and I was thinking, hang on a minute, okay, this feels the direction that we need to go in. Where we've spoken about it before, we want to hear that on the streets openly. People, it's such a scary thing for people to do. People don't understand. If you say that in the Islamic Republic, there's massive consequences to that action. It's an act of bravery. Vast majority of people inside Iran, they want the Pahlavi, Reza Pahlavi, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi back, and what they had prior to this cult of misery. But to say it was still an act of bravery, and it was consistently being said. So that made me pay like more closer to attention. People, is this truly now the Big Bang?
It could be. I mean, it could be. Again, I don't think we're going to know what the Big Bang is until afterwards, but given the way that things are going, it really does seem that way. And there's a few things that really stand out for me. You're right in the sense that all of these chants about Reza Pahlavi, and there's so many of them, right? There's one which is, of course, Javid Shah, long live the king. And then you have In Akharin Nabarde Pahlavi Barmigarde, which means this is the final battle. Pahlavi is going to return. And then, of course, you have Reza Reza Pahlavi Inas Sha'ar Milli, which means Reza Reza Pahlavi. This is a national slogan. And then there's a new one, which is Zeje. Oh my gosh, my parents are going to send me a voice to like help me with the pronunciation in a moment. So, but it's like زجه بزن سید علی داره میاد پهلوی, which means like cry, Khamenei, like Khamenei cry because Pahlavi is coming back. So all of these slogans are being chanted all across the country. All across the country. And like these slogans are something that it's basically treason, right? Like if you say this publicly, or if you say the name of Reza Pahlavi publicly, or you say Javid Shah publicly, like that's treason. People are executed for supporting the Shah.
Yeah, even though there's no history without monarchy, and Iran is the monarchy, but this is the Islamic Republic, and it's completely what you said. So I agree with you, and you always have to check yourself with these things, because Iranians have been down this road so many times, people tuning into this over the last 47 years, etc., that you feel like, is it this time? Is it this time? And there are different, and it feels different because the 12-day conflict and what Israel did to the Islamic Republic caused more damage to the Islamic Republic than anyone's ever done to it. Taking out Bagheri, taking out Salami, nearly taking out Shamkhani, all the top IRGC heads, etc., with that operation. And the way they dealt with it. So you think, okay, they've been really hit hard in that way. What's happened to the proxies as well after October the 7th? You know, people talk about them being a paper tiger, because this regime is all about projection and psychological warfare, and to project how they're the biggest, they're the baddest, they're this, they're that, etc., especially on Iranians. So that caused a lot of damage. And then the economic side of things. So you think these circumstances are fundamentally different. And then in terms of Reza Pahlavi, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, and the chants and everything else, but you still have to check yourself, because you still have to think, you know, in case of getting overexcited about it, because Iranians are quite emotional. You know, you can get overexcited, think, yeah, this is it, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And then I always refer to this, Goldie, as a boxing match. You're in a 12-rounder, and like in any boxing match, until you knock that person out, they can always get a second wind.
You know what? You're absolutely right about that. And, you know, I don't want to get overly emotional or hopeful, but I want to share a video with you, Johnny. This is a video that Nufti put out yesterday. You're familiar with Nufti, of course. Nufti is the main sort of lobby group that supports the Iranian people, supports His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi. They put out this video yesterday, and it has gone viral amongst Iranians. Now, the video, of course, is in Persian, but I added subtitles to the video so that, of course, non-Iranians can follow along. Now, I was hoping that we could watch this video together. And of course, just for everyone watching, Johnny is Iranian. So when I say non-Iranians, I'm not referring to Johnny. I'm referring to, you know, everyone else. Because Johnny is, you know, Iranian, just like the rest of us. I want to make that very clear. Because we get that often, Johnny. Like, we get that very frequently. It's like people assume that just because we can speak English without like an Iranian accent, like, you know, you have your British accent, I have my Canadian accent. People just assume that, like, because we don't have an accent, we're not Iranian, right? So just want to make that very clear. So this video is for the non-Iranians. Well, I translated it for the non-Iranians, but I was hoping to get your reaction on this video by Nufti, because you were speaking about hope. You were speaking about, you know, not getting, you know, too hopeful. But this is a very interesting video that Nufti put out yesterday. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on this. So let me play the video, and then we'll go to your thoughts.
ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.
مسئولین کشور و همه آحاد مردم پشت سر نیروهای مسلحند. امروز از همه جناح‌های اونا
اینجا دیگر صدا و سیمای جمهوری اسلامی نیست. این صدا و تصویر تلویزیون ملی ایران است. ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.
There you go. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it before, but not in its complete format like that. It's the power of visualization of what can be. And it's important because human beings, we need it. We need the day after and that visualization of a better life. And that's what Iranians also need. So I think what they've done there is powerful, and you need hope, and people need that tomorrow, and what that tomorrow is. And I think what they've done there is a really good job.
Johnny, even you're emotional. Oh my gosh.
Good job, yeah. That one.
You're absolutely right. Like this video is giving Iranians hope, right? It's giving them a reason to fight. It's giving them a reason to continue going out in the streets because, you know, just the visualization of the day, like even the fact that, for example, I want to just share some of like these incredible images here. Like, where's the one with like the mullahs? Let me find the one with the mullahs here. Wait, the one with like the mullahs and they're dragging them away. Where's that?
With the money.
Let's find that. Yeah, with the money. Here they are. Wait. Let's see if I can find it here. But like that visualization of like the Islamic regime clerics being dragged away. I love that. Like it's just, you know, like here we go. I think it's coming soon or something, but it's such a powerful visualization, right? Okay, maybe it's like further back or something, but I want to see if I can find that because that scene is just like such a good scene there. Yeah, but here they are, like, you know, panicking around the table. Also, so this right here. So I wanted to point this out. So this particular scene here, very powerful because that's actually from the website Rise Iran, where there's like an option for, you know, people in Iran who are part of the military or security forces or police, if they have defected, that's the link that they have used on the website to like put in their information to say that, you know, yes, we have defected, here's our name, contact info, whatever. So the fact that they've included this image in the video, to me, it shows like they're sending a message, they're sending a signal to Iranians that a lot of people who are affiliated with either the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps or the military have defected and they have joined the Iranian people. So there's that. And then like you can see him like he's literally still in like a meeting. He's in a meeting with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, but he's pretty much defected. And then you see soldiers holding, you know, the flag of Iran. And then wait, where's the part where they go after the mullahs, right? So here they're freaking out. And then maybe it's here. They go after the mullahs. It's such a powerful scene where they go after the mullahs. Like it's incredibly inspiring. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So this part here, like look at that. They're dragging that mullah away. This scene right here, this is my favorite scene where they have like that Islamic regime cleric and they're just like dragging him away. It's amazing. Amazing. But one thing that I wanted to you know kind of get your opinion on before we get to the latest videos, because I have a whole bunch of videos that I want to go through, is one thing that's caught my eye about the videos that are coming out is that, you know, yes, we're seeing violence, but we're not seeing violence to the extent that we have seen in previous uprisings. So, for example, the uprisings right now have pretty much reached the level of the Mahsa Amini protests 3 years ago. But the number of casualties has remained incredibly low. I mean, first of all, I would just want to say, like, every death is a tragedy, and you know, every, you know, single life taken is horrible. But you and I both know that when we've seen these demonstrations in the past, by this point, we are used to hearing news of hundreds of casualties, hundreds of deaths. And yet in this case, so far, it's been a much smaller amount. Like, I've only heard of maybe 10 to 20 casualties, which is still horrible. But again, for all the non-Iranians, this is how we contextualize it. Like in the past, these uprisings, within, you know, 5 days, we're hearing of hundreds, if not thousands of people who have been murdered. But right now it's only been like 10 to 20 people. So it seems like the security forces are weak. Johnny, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I saw today that that Fars News, which is affiliated to the regime, was saying how that the IRGC will decisively deal with it now because it's reaching the point of causing insecurity to the state. So what they normally do, they kind of war game these things where they do certain stuff at certain moments on how they play this out. But you're right in terms of they usually allow a little bit less of their brutality in the first day or two, but by the fifth day you'd expect quite a bit of brutality from their side. So either they're saying they're going to do something horrendous with the next thing with the IRGC, or the suppressive forces aren't actually doing what they want, and they're not. They got to turn up because they look. Not all of them. In terms of this regime, there are people there that they're doing it because it's a job. Some of them, right? They're policemen, stuff like that. Then there are disgusting individuals that are barbaric, everything else, do horrendous things like in the Basij, etc., and all the other elements. But they have family. They have the same issues as other Iranians in terms of bread on the table, meat, food, living, life, everything else, etc. And either they're demotivated or they're unwilling to go that far in terms of what they normally do, or they're going to ramp it up and suddenly get mercenaries from elsewhere, etc., to then do their bidding. And then the last thing I was thinking, can they? Because you've got Trump in the White House with the 12-day war. It seems like Bibi's had the green light from Trump in terms of potential action against the Islamic Republic now with the ballistic missiles, etc. So are they conscious of that in some form or shape? Or are they actually able to coordinate things as well as they used to? Because prior to the 12-day conflict, they could meet up like the National Security Council, which normally determines these things, the president, supreme leader, Mujtaba, all them lot, they get together, they kind of iron out what they're doing. Can they even meet up all in the one place? I'd say no. can they even trust each other now? I say probably not. So because there's this nervousness of what happened with their senior echelons. So yeah, it's an interesting thing that you mentioned, and it's something I've been thinking about myself.
Yeah. Well, it's also interesting because a few months ago, Israel leaked, quote unquote, leaked that the way that they had targeted all of those IRGC commanders was through their phones. And so I have a feeling that that information was leaked on purpose because now all these IRGC commanders or whoever, they seem to be afraid to even use their phones. And so you're seeing this like lack of coordination because they're so afraid to communicate because Trump gave the green light to Israel to attack a few days ago. So I think there's a number of factors at play here. One is that all the IRGC commanders know that Israel is monitoring them. Two, many of them have defected, right? So they're just not getting involved. And three, of course, many are just seeing the writing on the wall when it comes to Islamic Republic, and they don't want to get involved here. So, but the violence has been escalating, and so I want to go to a number of
thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
They're not going to use a pager, are they?
I mean, I hope they do. I hope they do. But you know what? I honestly feel, what's really interesting? I feel like the pager thing that happened to Hezbollah, that was like Israel just practicing on Hezbollah terrorists, because the real thing was the cell phones used by the IRGC commanders to target them. So yeah, like there's it's very, very interesting times. So let's go to some videos. Okay, so there's one here that's incredibly violent. But so before I play it, I just want to say, like, this is literally on X, and I just want to say, I don't condone violence in any way, shape, or form. We're just here sharing the news and sharing media. So, Johnny, I don't know if you've seen this one, but let's go. I kind of have like a live stream here. So this video was posted by Emily Schrader, a good friend of mine, and she writes, Basij forces targeted with Molotov cocktails and catch fire after Iranian protesters push back. So wow. Oh, and then okay, so did you see, so here you can also see, like, right there, someone's like running after this guy. Like, this is, oh wait, let me pause that. So like Iranians are fighting back. Like, I have not seen images like this since or videos like this since 2022. So here, like, there's like, you can see the guy, like, he's jumping and he just like, he literally jump kicks this guy. Do you see that?
Yeah.
That's crazy. And then look at that. And then the Iranians, they're yelling Barikalla, Bisharaf. Barikalla means, great job, and Bisharaf means dishonorless. Bisharaf is a very popular phrase that Iranians use when they're going after the Basij forces or anyone with the Islamic regimes. So I mean, again, I don't condone violence whatsoever, but I can see why Iranians are resisting. But it takes a lot of guts to do that, Johnny.
God, it does. And to excuse the pun, but they're fighting with empty hands against a regime that thinks nothing of Iranian lives, and we've known that before. And you're right, you don't condone violence and all of that, but because when you're dealing with such suppressive an occupation that's so brutal, that if you were living in those circumstances, it's human nature when you're being tormented, tortured, this and that, to lash out. It's human nature. It's an art of defense, self-defense. You're being attacked. So I've seen a few scenes like that, because I saw one as well yesterday in Ahvaz with that guy.
Mm-hmm.
He ran and then loads of to the Basij, and then people followed him over. Incredible act of bravery, really, honestly.
Absolutely. And so here's a map. So the Iran International put out this map. So Johnny, the anti-regime protests in Iran have now spread to more than 50 cities. So here's all of the cities.
مردم در شهرهای نهاوند، شیراز، کرمانشاه و اصفهان تجمع کردند. این اعتراضات در حالی ادامه دارد که جمهوری اسلامی تلاش کرده با تعطیلی سراسری بیش از 24 استان کشور و همچنین
So what she's saying here for all of our non-Iranian listeners is that the Islamic Republic has apparently closed down over 24 provinces. I don't know how you can shut down a province, but
تعطیلی دانشگاه‌ها و مراکز آموزشی مانع
they've also shut down universities and
گسترش
schools.
اعتراضات شود. با این حال نقشه اعتراضات نشان از گستردگی آن دارد.
So this is crazy because this reporter is saying that the protests have expanded to 50 cities. The Islamic regime has shut down provinces, at least 24 provinces. They've shut down universities. They've shut down schools. But that's not enough to have stopped it. Like it's expanding apparently.
Yeah, because if you remember, in Masa Amini, it was very deep as well in terms of the range of cities. In that map, is Tabriz on there?
No, I haven't seen Tabriz yet. Wait, let me see if I can find that map again.
Because I put a tweet out saying, around Tabriz, what's happening there? Because that sounds a little bit quiet for now. The major one, but then Tabriz has a lot in terms of a lot of the Islamic Republic echelons. Come from that area. Azeri, etc. I think Khamenei's Azeri, isn't he?
Azeri, yeah, he is. So I actually saw a live by Mahyar Tusi. I haven't actually watched it, but in his live, he was claiming that Khamenei has fled Tehran. I don't know if that's true or not because I haven't seen his live yet. So I mean, I don't know. But he live streamed that like an hour ago. Do you think that's actually accurate?
No.
You don't think so?
Because I'm always very skeptical around Khamenei. And because there's so many, I mean, he's died more times than people have had hot dinners, in terms of rumors. And I'm always skeptical around him in terms of stuff, whether it's deliberate, playing games, mind games, all that kind of stuff, because they can do that. I don't think so. He's probably in whatever he is. He's not in his house. Let's put it that way. But I don't think so. It'd be great, but I don't think so. Do you?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen his live stream yet, so I don't know if it's true or not. But let me go back and if I can find that video about Tabriz. But you know what? Why don't I just go to let me just go to the breaking news, and then we'll see what we can find on this. So, oh, this is sad. So 28-year-old Iranian protester Shayan Asadullahi was among 3 civilians who was shot dead. Very, very sad. So this is what I was talking about. We do have casualties, and that's very, very upsetting. But the casualties are not at where they were 3 years ago. So, and again, for non-Iranians, this is how much, how vicious the Islamic regime has been to Iranians and has been to us in the past, that the fact that we are seeing such a low number of casualties, we actually consider this in a very weird, horrific way, good news. Because instead of hearing news of thousands of casualties, we're hearing news of just, tens or dozens. So, I mean, it's still really sad that, young Iranians are being slaughtered like this, but we're not seeing the numbers of the thousands or hundreds. So, there you go. There's another young Iranian who's been murdered, right? So this is like, these are videos that are just coming out right now. So here's Karaj. What are they saying in Karaj? So Karaj came with the strong slogan, Iran has become ready, give the command, Prince. Tonight is the 11th. So this is from today. Oh. Johnny, is your connection okay? Do you need to go and come back? All right, you let me know when you need to come back, Johnny.
Can you see me?
Okay. Oh yeah, I can see you now.
Sorry about
that. No worries.
You were talking about Karaj.
Yeah, so this is Karaj right now. So Karaj is out. So they're saying Iran shode amade, which means Iran is ready. And then Shahzadeh give the command. Of course, that's the prince. So prince give the command. So Karaj is out. Like these videos are literally, this is from like 24 minutes ago.
Karaj is quite a hot belt. It was before as well. Hamadan as well. Pretty strong. Tehran a little bit less though, right? Today?
I don't know. I actually haven't seen recent footage from Tehran, so I'm sure we'll come across that for sure. But we have a super chat. So Delta says they're so much braver than the Fakestein crowd, 100%. Like, when you want to talk about the real freedom fighters, the real people who are oppressed, it's the Iranian people who are literally unarmed and they're fighting against a brutal Islamic dictatorship. So 1,000% they are much, much braver. And Johnny, speaking of Hamadan, so here's footage from Hamadan right now. Wow. Look at that. So there's a fire there. Fire in the streets. And then obviously the sound has been modified so that people are not identified. But then you can hear gunshots. Wow. Look at that. Like that bus shelter has been completely destroyed. Did you see that light?
And that's live bullets, isn't it?
Yeah. This was posted 8 minutes ago. So
really?
Yeah, this is 8 minutes ago. I'm going backwards. So I basically made a live stream. So I'm kind of like going back, like from most recent to oldest, just to see, because right now, like what's the current time in Iran right now? I think it's like 11. It's almost midnight.
1 a.m, something?
Is it? Probably
12, half 12, something like that. I don't know.
Current time in, let me see. It's definitely past midnight. So what's also
quiet down.
1 a.m. I mean, so this is from tonight for sure. I don't know, exactly what time. But what's also really interesting is that the Islamic Republic, I mean, they've been trying to shut down the internet, but it's not really working because like videos are just coming out like so quickly, right? Like in the past, it's been difficult to see all these videos.
Yeah, and that surprised me a bit. The internet restrictions, usually their playbook is that they start to cut off the internet. It's very difficult to get videos, and also with the protests, if it starts to kind of die down a bit, it's hard to get anything. But there's a lot of videos here, across the board at the moment. Karaj is quite close to Tehran, right? Am I right?
Yeah, Karaj is just west of Tehran.
Yeah.
So here's a video from Isfahan. This is from Monitor News. Again, like just posted minutes ago. So for the non-Iranian listeners, the word Bisharaf, I will spell that and I'll put it in the YouTube chat for you. Bisharaf equals dishonor. Dishonor. Bisharaf means dishonorable. So whenever you hear Iranians chanting Bisharaf, that's what they're chanting to the Islamic regime's riot police, right? People who are affiliated with the Islamic Republic, the people who are fighting against Iranians and shooting them and murdering them. And so in this video, you can hear them yelling Bisharaf, but you can also hear the gunfire from the Islamic regime forces. And this is happening in Isfahan right now. It's utter chaos, Johnny.
Yeah, because Isfahan wasn't really in the equation that much with Masa Amini, right? Not as much.
I don't think it, not as much, but what's interesting is Isfahan was actually in this round. Isfahan was like the second or third city that rose up. So Tehran was the first one, and then Mashhad and Isfahan kind of rose up at the same time. So Isfahan's been very instrumental this time around.
It has, and I mean, they were talking. It used to be the capital of Iran.
Yeah.
And I think it's the only region inside Iran that doesn't have earthquakes. That's why they were planning to move Tehran to there. But I know there was also a football match of 50,000 people in Isfahan that were coming out of a stadium. I don't know whether they had a chance to join in with.
So I think I saw a video about that. They actually did. I think I saw that video this morning of the football match. So I'm sure we'll get to that as we scroll down. But I did see a video of people coming out of a football match. I can't recall if it was Isfahan, but now that you mentioned the football match in Isfahan, I'm pretty sure it was Isfahan, and they were chanting pro-Pahlavi chants as they were coming out of the football match there. So we have a super comment. Tripod says, this is a crazy time to be alive. We have precious metals exploding in price, wars everywhere. People are having a hard time affording anything anymore. In a lot of ways, it feels like chaos is only growing in time. Yeah, it does. It does definitely seem like a chaotic time. But I mean, I'm very hopeful about what's happening in Iran. It's not going to lead to war. For people who think this is going to lead to World War III, there's literally no chance of that happening. This is Iranians fighting to overthrow a brutal, repressive regime. And what's interesting, Johnny, is I actually haven't seen any public statements from any countries coming out to support the Islamic Republic. Have you seen any? Everyone's just been very quiet on this.
But they were the same with the 12-day conflict, weren't they?
Yeah. So there was no support for the Islamic Republic then, and there is no support now for sure.
No. But it's interesting that with Isfahan. And you mentioned Mashhad as well, didn't you?
Yeah, Mashhad and Isfahan were the, I would say the second cities that basically came out. So yeah. Oh, you're gone from the stage.
No, sorry. My battery was running low.
Oh no.
Yeah. Can you see me? No, it's okay now.
Yeah, I can see you now.
So Mashhad is the second most religious city in Iran after Qom.
Yeah.
And in the 1979 Islamic Republic cult of misery that came in, it was Mashhad that turned first. So before Tehran even.
Yeah.
So
so it's interesting seeing Mashhad coming out.
Do you think
Qom also came out tonight?
Yeah, I saw that. And that's the power base of the clerics.
Yeah. It's some wild videos. So
do you think it'll be from outside in? Like outside, we said this with Masa Amini though, would it be outside cities before he goes to Tehran, blah, blah, blah. It's very hard to predict with all these things because we got these protests, Goldie, and people are showing a remarkable bravery. What is the end product of these protests? Does it have to come to a point where there has to be like an end product to what goes on the streets, if that makes sense? Like
So I mean, I think
defections or
yeah, me personally, like I'm waiting for those defections, right? I'm
yeah.
waiting for, but here's the thing. So here's the thing. I think those defections are taking place quietly behind the scenes because like this footage that we're seeing coming out, even from, and tonight is the 5th day, right? Instead of seeing the suppression forces of the Islamic Republic coming out en masse, what we're seeing instead are more and more cities rising up. Like, look at this one. This is from 15 minutes ago, or before I refresh. But this is Bandar Abbas. Bandar Abbas is like right in the south, where like the Persian Gulf is. So even Bandar Abbas has now risen up, and even they are chanting Javid Shah. Right? Like Bandar Abbas. That like it's just all these cities. Here, let me show like for non-Iranians. I'll show you exactly where Bandar Abbas is. Like, wait, security check. Why did a security check? All right, there we go. So here's Bandar Abbas, guys. Okay, like this is Tehran. Tehran is right up here in the north. Okay, there's Qom. Qom's right there, and then Kashan. Yes, here's Bandar Abbas. Like Bandar Abbas is right at the bottom here. It's like a port city. Bandar Abbas is actually a very strategic city for the Islamic regime. They have a lot of like their military ships and stuff there. But look at that. Like, even Bandar Abbas, people are now chanting Javid Shah, which means long live the king. So, I mean, Johnny, these, like, I can't even keep track of how many cities have now risen up.
Yeah, and all with the same message.
Yeah. They're all saying, all saying, oh, my bad. I got rid of the screen share there by mistake. This is like my.
You're good at this, aren't you? This technical thing. I couldn't do this.
No, I literally just made the mistake of like.
And everything else. She's rather good.
No, I'm not. I just literally made the mistake of like, getting rid of my screen here. Where's my screen now? What? YouTube app. Where's my screen? Now I can't find it. What is it? Stop sharing. Okay, let me share the screen again. See? I removed the screen. Just when you said she's good at this.
I put a knock on it.
I lost it. Yeah. No, all good. Okay, there we go. I found it. Okay. So I'm still getting the hang of all this technical stuff, but
you're doing well.
Oh, thank you.
It's not easy, folks, doing that and speaking.
It's not. So there we go. So we got that. Bandar Abbas. Okay, where's this? So Babol, Mazandaran. This is another city. This is from Cheyenne X. Here we go. So he's posting this now. So they're chanting in akharin nabarde Pahlavi barmigarde, which means this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. And Babol, let me see if I can find where Babol is for you guys. Babol is like right close to the Caspian Sea. So there's Babol up there. So remember, guys, Bandar Abbas was down here in like the southern part where the Persian Gulf is. Babol is like right up north by the Caspian Sea. And even there in Babol, they're chanting the same thing. They're saying that, they're chanting for the return of the Shah. This is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. There you go. Oh, we have a super chat. So Alexi says, Salano Mubarak, Javid Shah, if everything were to fall tonight, when can we start helping the people with investments, etc.? Oh, that's so kind of you to say. First of all, Happy New Year to you as well. And of course, Javid Shah. Oh my gosh, like I don't even know where to begin with that. I would say, like, if you're talking about like business investments and stuff, I can guarantee you that Iran will certainly be open to business and open to investments. I don't know. I would probably wait a little bit and see what plan the transitional government comes out with. But if anyone is interested right now in helping out the cause, if anyone's interested in donating or helping out the cause, there's a website called Rise Iran. So riseiran.com. Okay. So you go to riseiran.com and then you can donate. So where's the donation button here? So you go to riseiran.com and there is a donation button somewhere. Wait, let me see if I can find it. Rise Iran. More. Wait, where's this donation button there? Donation, there you go. So donate. Where's it? Oh, here we go. So yeah, you just basically on the website itself, you can just go down. There's a donation option there. So if you're interested right now in financially supporting the people of Iran, this is the only website that is legitimate and the only website where 100% of your funds will actually go to supporting the Iranian people. So that would be my thoughts on that. Okay, let's go back to where we were. So we saw Isfahan, Bandar Abbas. That was Babol, Tusi TV. Yeah, so here's, very sad news of Iranian protesters who are losing their lives, being murdered. Okay, what's next? Cheyenne X. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is the one that I want to share as well. So this is from tonight. So the pro-Shah anti-Islamic Republic Iranians stormed a police station in Azna in Loristan province. Again, guys, I want to be very clear that the police stations inside of occupied Iran are all controlled by the Islamic Republic. So I'm not a fan of, first of all, I don't condone violence. And, when it comes to Canadian police, I have a lot of respect for Canadian police. I have a lot of good friends in the police. And I've always been a big supporter of police officers in Canada. The situation in occupied Iran is much, much different. So there's a very good reason why Iranians are doing this. It's because these police officers are part of a brutal Islamic dictatorship that has been suppressing them. So, I would never, ever, ever condone this behavior in Canada, but in occupied Iran, the situation is much different because these are the people who have been oppressing Iranians and basically murdering them for the crime of wanting to live in a free, democratic Islamic Republic. So this is a police station in Loristan. Again, they're saying Bisharaf, which is dishonorable, right? So they're calling the police officers who are with the Islamic Republic dishonorable because they are oppressing the Iranian people. And then here they start chanting, this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return. So it goes from calling out the Islamic Republic forces to saying again, این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده. Wow. Johnny, have you seen anything like this before?
Yeah, I saw that one earlier. And yeah, people don't understand, right? You know, the police, like you said, here in the UK and everything else, to be respected, they uphold the law, everything else. But this is not police in that sense of the
Mhm.
word. It's an oppressive force. It's not a police force as such, and that's why people are celebrating, because of what's going on and what they do. But and Lauristan has been really busy, hasn't it? Actually, to be honest.
Yeah, it's been quite busy, but it's just very interesting to see how no matter which city we go to across the country, and guys, Iran is a very big country, right? So it's
Mm.
not like a small country. I think in my first live stream, I compared the map of Iran to the United States. Here we go. Let me find that image again, just so I can give you guys a little bit of context, right? So here's the size of Iran compared to the United States, okay? So Iran, again, it's not a small country. It's quite a large country here. Like, it's what would you think this is? Like at least a quarter of the United States?
Yeah, I think it's France, UK, and Germany combined.
Yeah. So
That's how
it's
big.
huge. It's
Yeah.
a huge country. And so, seeing how no matter which city we go to in occupied Iran, the fact that Iranians are chanting the same thing, they're basically saying, this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return, or, long live the king, or whatever the case might be. Like it's the same all over the country, regardless of where you go to. That's what's really amazing for me, is that it seems like Iranians have finally they've shed their fear, and it seems like the floodgates have now opened. What do you think?
I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate. What do you think they're going to play in terms of their cards? Because they've got some cards. It might be a 3, it might be a 4, it might be a 2. And hopefully the people have got like the king, the queen, the ace in the pack of cards. What cards do we think that they'll play in order to try to turn the tide?
So that's a very interesting question that you ask. Today, actually, I'm seeing some comments that there's a little bit of like feedback loop there from your mic. So
Right, how do I?
Technical difficulties.
Yeah, how do I?
That's okay. I guess you could maybe just mute your mic when you're not speaking or something. I don't know. There we go. All right. So very, very good question. Good comment there. It's interesting because I actually saw a video today from Pezeshkian, who's the president of the Islamic Republic. Of course, we all know that all of these quote unquote elected officials are just puppets of the Islamic regime. They actually have no real power or input. They're just puppets of the Ayatollahs. He made a very interesting statement where he was basically saying, oh, like we have to take full responsibility for the demonstrations. We can't blame America. We can only blame ourselves for our mismanagement. I found that to be very interesting for 2 reasons, Johnny. The first reason is that you have all of these, anti-Semites and, Islamist people out there who have been trying to claim that this uprising in Iran is not organic. They're trying to blame United States and Israel for this, as they usually do, which is completely false. This is what's happening in Iran is nothing to do with the United States or Israel. And even the president himself said that. But what's more interesting is that, of course, we Iranians, we know that when he's saying something like that, and he's saying, oh no, we have to take responsibility, we have to fix this, he's basically trying to appease to the Iranian people. I think this is just another tactic where they're trying to, like, they're scrambling to gain some sort of control over the situation by saying, oh, we need to have like a moment of, self-reflection, and we have to fix the problems, and we need to do what the people want. But I think it's too little too late. So like that's my thoughts on what he said today. But I mean, I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah. So what they normally do is, like Rouhani before him, who had the white turban, and then Khatami, the so-called reformist poster boys, they tend to try to project that they're the fluffy face. That, oh, you know, we're on the side of the people, you know, we'll kind of try to stop them lot, you know, in being too bad, you know, we kind of understand, you know, all that kind of stuff. Even though that in 2019, in the month of Aban, where I think 1,500 died in a few days or so, you had Rouhani in charge as the president, and you had Zarif, the foreign secretary, at that time. So they tend to do this kind of act between that side of the branch compared to the so-called hardliners side of things. What made it more, what I found a bit strange was, I don't know if you caught one of his purported latest remarks. I call him Masoud the cardiologist, because he's supposed to be a cardiologist, but the presidents are puppets on a string. They don't have real power. He said, apparently, that we got to accept that the people don't want us. That I found a bit strange. I know they play like what I just said, but that comment I found a bit strange.
I think so. I really do think that they're trying to appease to the people. I think they're scrambling to try to find, like, you know, a second sort of reformist movement, where they're gonna, you know, say like, okay, yeah, you know, we have to like take, you know, accountability, responsibility for our actions, and I think they're trying desperately to tone down the anti-revolution rhetoric into, like, you know, just reform, where they reform the system from within. But, you know, it's too little too late, I think, because everywhere across the country, you're hearing Iranians say, long live the king, Javid Shah. And of course, the most important one for me, in akharin nabard Pahlavi barmigarde, which is, this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return. And by saying that, Iranians are making it very clear that we don't want reform. We don't want a change, you know, within the system. We want to get rid of this system completely, and we want our king to return. And just, we trust him to rebuild Iran and create a new system of government, or, you know, go back to whatever we had before, right? Like, that's up to referendum. But I think that slogan is very telling. But so, I mean, that was the statement from Pezeshkian today. Like you said, Masoud the cardiologist. But, you know, so at the same time, we're seeing the so-called politicians trying to appease the people. But on the other hand, we're still seeing the Basij forces going out, murdering people, attacking people, but not to the extent that they have done in the past. And what we're seeing instead is more and more demonstrations across the country.
Yeah, or maybe Masoud is a Mossad agent.
Oh my God. You know, at this rate, we're all Mossad. You're Mossad. I'm Mossad. There. I mean, who he could be? He could be Mossad. I don't know. Maybe he's playing the long game here, right? So funny.
It's over there.
I would, you know what? I would play the theme song from Tehran, but then like YouTube would copyright strike me, so I can't. But you know, we're all thinking it in our heads. So we have super chat. So at Softcont says, my dream is to see our dear Farah return with all her family to Iran. After that, I can live happy. Thank you so much for that. So for those who don't know, they're referring to the current empress of Iran, our beloved Shahbanu Farah Pahlavi. She is the wife of the late Shahanshah Aryamer. Of course, it's all of our dream to see the Pahlavi family go back to Iran. And of course, this is where all these like crazy videos are coming out. Like, again, like these are scenes that I have not seen. since 2022. Johnny, I don't even think that it escalated this much and this quickly in 2022. Like I don't even recall seeing stuff like this in 2022. Like look at this. This is from Elam, Western Iran, and they say they flipped the vehicle of the Islamic Republic. So they flipped the vehicle of one of the, I'm assuming this is like plainclothes. Look at that. Look at that. Like the fact that the Iranian people are even bold enough to do that, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of bravery there. And there were people talking about, where are Iranians, weren't they, after the 12-day conflict?
Mm-hmm.
Where, why aren't they out on the streets, blah, 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 etc., all that kind of stuff. Even, I'll be real with you, sometimes even I was in my head thinking, oh, what's going on? Are we not going to take this opportunity, blah, blah, blah. And then there were others that were just trying to put the foot in. Oh, expecting people to do it for them, etc. And the reality is, look, they've shut people up because, look, they're out on the streets. It's an incredibly brave thing to do against the regime that's bloody brutal, to say the least. So I know what you say in terms of some of the videos that we're seeing. I'm trying to recall Mahsa Amini and the first early days. It's a bit of a blur. You have highlights in your head. It went on for a while, longer than the others. It was deep like this in terms of spread of cities. And we did see scenes like this, but in terms of the timeline, I'm unsure whether it was as quick as this. But it's more the background, isn't it? It's more the background to what's gone on prior in terms of the 12-day conflict and all of that kind of stuff. Do you sometimes feel like you have to check yourself, like tomorrow you wake up and suddenly, you're looking on Twitter and you can't find much news and you think, oh no, has it died down? Do you find yourself sometimes thinking like that? Because sometimes I feel like, because of what went on before.
Well, I mean, that's certainly the worry, right? And that's certainly the worry because whenever things have escalated, the Islamic Republic will bring out its forces en masse, and they shut. So basically, the tactic has always been, when things get too heated, they shut down the internet, they bring in their proxy forces, they brutally beat and murder thousands of Iranians, and then a week later, the internet comes back up and there's no news anymore, right? This time around, we haven't seen that, and it's the end of day 5. And you're absolutely correct. The escalation this time around is much, much quicker than the Mahsa Amini uprisings. For the Mahsa Amini uprising, I specifically remember. So when she passed away, not passed away, when she was murdered by the Islamic regime's morality police for not wearing her mandatory hijab properly, there was a little bit of like unrest at first. But the movement didn't really gain traction until a week later. So it really took a week for people to go out and start demonstrating. This time around, it has happened within less than 24 hours, and it has been escalating exponentially. And I think part of the reason it's escalating so quickly is because as Iranians are going out in various cities, they're realizing how weak the Islamic regime's forces actually are, right? That's what I think. And then now, like this video here. So this video was posted by Manoto News just like, an hour ago. And it says, police shield in the hands of Isfahan protesters. So this is from tonight. So literally, not only are Iranians fighting back, they have now taken the anti-riot gear from police officers and they're using it themselves. Watch this. Oh wait, let me get the sound here. So they've now even captured police gear that they are now using to defend themselves. I didn't see this during the Mahsa Amini uprisings.
No, I didn't see that particular thing. No. I mean, I was looking at Polymarket and, the betting site for people that look at these things. And we've had conversations about this before. And when Assad fell, the odds in 2024 was 5% when Assad fell at the beginning of the year. And then it went exponentially up when developments happen in terms of traders and they look at things. And one of the biggest factors to the odds of predictability in terms of whether this works or not is what you said earlier, is the defections. So if we start to see police, start doing that, because that's, like I said, there's a lot of people that are forced to do these jobs as well. Mm-hmm. They're not all, scumbags or whatever. They're forced to do these jobs at times. You've got those lot that are terrible and awful, the Basij, etc., and then you have others. So they also carry a risk in terms of doing that, because there'll be real consequences for them and their family. So I'm just thinking, I suppose it has to get to a point where the atmosphere is, they're either so demoralized and underpaid and really like they've gone and they don't want to do it anymore, that they start to defect, etc. And they've seen what Iran could be under Pahlavi, etc. Or there's a systematic breakdown in terms of command and control, and they're confused and they don't know, they're kind of winging it. Or we see the regime up the ante and try to come down with a hammer if they feel like, this is my word, we're really up against it here and we could lose everything.
But wouldn't you think that by now they would have already upped the ante and come out with the hammer? Like, why haven't they done so already?
Yeah, they're playing this one differently a bit this time. And I seriously think it's because of what's gone on with that 12-day conflict in Israel and Mossad. I really do. I think it's they're caught between a rock and a hard place, where one side of them is thinking, are we going to get attacked by Israel? Am I going to get attacked? And then they're having to deal with the people, which they've always been scared of. So, I think they may be thinking, right, do we fall into a trap if we're too hard? Like, Israel will use it and then they'll come after us, etc., as a pretext for something, blah, blah, blah. Or do we do it this way, where we try to be cunning and sly, where we say, yeah, we hear you, just go back, don't worry, we'll listen to what you've got to say, blah, blah, blah. Like you said, that appeasement stuff, which Iranians see right through. But there is something different this time in the way they do it.
There is. Well, 100%. I mean, you would have thought that the Islamic regime's forces would have been out by now. Oh, by the way, we have a super chat. Hi World says, love that you have a guest today, much more interactive. Johnny, you're a hit. Johnny, you're a hit. That means you need to come on my YouTube channel more often. So there you go. Johnny, you're a star. Johnny's the best. So Johnny and I have been doing like live streams, audio live streams on X for almost 2 years now. So it's great to have him. I convinced him last minute to come on my show on YouTube. He was gracious enough to do so. So Johnny, but to your point about doing something different. So like this is video footage from yesterday from the province of Khuzestan. I think this is Bagh Malik, if I'm not mistaken. The city is Bagh Malik, and here you can see the Iranians are surrounding the police force, right? So they're the people in green, they're like the police or whoever, like they're associated with the Islamic Republic. And then the Iranians are surrounding them, and they're saying Javid Shah. Javid Shah means long live the king, which is basically treason, right? And to your point, the police aren't doing anything. They're literally just standing there doing absolutely nothing. It's almost as if they've just like they've just checked out. Here. And like the Iranians, they're not violent, they're not attacking, right? So all the demonstrations from the Iranian side have been very peaceful. It's only when the Islamic regime's, anti-riot forces go after the Iranians, that's where the violence starts. And then, of course, the Iranians will get violent and, in order to defend themselves. But here, like, the police have just checked out. Like, I've never seen anything like this, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, look, for people that may not know, Iranians have tried silent protests, they've tried flowers, they've tried all these spins. Iranians are peaceful. They love life. They love to party. They love to enjoy themselves. They love life, period. But of course, when the oppressive forces come, then they have to defend themselves. But yeah, it seems like at the moment, unless they bust in a whole load of mercenaries, which they're capable of doing, although somewhat limited because of what's happened with Hezbollah and the so-called axis of resistance that they went on about, that it is axis of hate, otherwise known as. They basically are hampered with that. But so you think then with these actions and what's going on, are they just demoralized because everybody is really suffering in Iran, apart from the top, which are doing very nicely, thank you. It's like that North Korea example. There's the North Korea economy and there's a Kim Jong-un economy. And it's pretty much the same with the Islamic Republic in terms of the people and those within the regime or close to the regime.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that's part of it. There was a video that came out a few days ago where there was, a young protester, and he went to a police officer, and he said, why are you supporting the regime? You're only making 15 million tomans a month. 15 million, by the way, tomans is absolutely nothing because of the collapse of the rial, right? So because the rial has dropped so dramatically, 15 million toman is nothing. It's basically poverty. And he says, you're only making like very little money. So, why are you on their side? And then the police officer responds, no, brother, I'm on your side. And then the guy says, well, if you were on our side, you wouldn't be fighting us. And then the police officer just kind of like shrugs and walks away. Like he doesn't resist, he doesn't fight back, nothing. So I think there's definitely an element of demoralization from lack of pay, lack of proper pay. That definitely plays into it, where because many of these people, it's a job for them, and they're also Iranian, and they don't want to, at the end of the day, they don't want to be murdering other Iranians. That's one of the reasons why the Islamic dictatorship has to constantly bring in their non-Iranian forces, because they will gladly murder Iranians, right? You got the Afghanis, the Hezbollah from Lebanon, you got the Palestinians, of course. They're all a bunch of savages. They don't even need an excuse. They don't even need an excuse to murder Iranians. They've been doing it constantly. But then you got like the Haftashabis, whatever, from Iraq. You got the Houthis in Yemen. You got like the Pakistanis or whatever. So all of these non-Iranian forces typically have to come in to suppress and murder Iranians, because Iranians themselves don't really want to do it. But what's interesting is we have the police, they're just literally standing with their shoulders hunched, their hands in their pockets. None of them responding back. And again, Javid Shah, Johnny, that's treason, right? Like for them to even say long live the king, that's enough to get you like arrested, executed. And the police are just like, whatever.
Yeah. And you think, how does that mercenary problem how do you overcome that mercenary problem? Because they've relied on it many times, although they're more hampered this time round. That's another part of this equation than they've ever been before. And Look, tomorrow's Friday prayers, so-called, in the Islamic Republic. When are they going to do their renter crowd? You know, where they bust people in, get the flags, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. Or can they, because of the threat of Israel and the regimes, they can't. They normally do that as well, folks. Normally with these things, they get like, they all meet up, have some chala kebab, whatever they do, etc., and start to do the kind of thing. And then he comes, Harmony and all that, delivers a speech, etc., and then the rest is history. They're more, I would say, with the current climate and the fact that Bibi's gone to US and I think he's now on his way back to Israel from all the reports, if not back in Israel, and according to reports being given the green light. Can they even do that stuff which they've done for the last 47 years in trying to hoodwink the West, where you get the Western media, oh look, there's loads of people with flags for the Islamic Republic, blah blah blah, and they Photoshop it and all that kind of thing.
So I mean, I think they're definitely going to try. They're definitely going to try for sure, because that's what they've always done. The fact that they haven't been able to bring in their proxy forces so far, I think speaks to how much Israel has actually weakened the Islamic regime's proxy forces. And, I'm very grateful to Israel for that, first of all, because the fact that, every time they went after Hezbollah or they went after Hamas or, any of the Palestinian Islamic savages, or, they went after the Houthis or, whoever, that was a big help to Iranians as well, because those are the same savages that are paid and trained by the Islamic Republic to occupy and suppress and murder Iranians. And so the fact that we haven't seen those, or even the Syrians that were associated with the Assad regime, right? So the fall of the Assad regime was actually a huge boost to Iranians as well, right? So the fact that we haven't seen all of these big proxy groups come to Iran to suppress Iranians, I think that has to do 100% with what Israel has been doing in the last 2 years. And they have been very methodical and calculated about this, I think, right? Because oh wait, I need to download something here. What's going on? They have been very, very methodical and calculated about this. And I think the reason that Iranians right now are able to fight back against the Islamic Republic is because of what Israel has done in the last 2 years to all of these terrorist proxy forces, right?
Yeah. And I'm just thinking, in the backdrop to this was what Trump was doing with Maduro in Venezuela. Mm-hmm. And those oil tankers. And for people that don't know, that Venezuela and the Islamic Republic are best buddies. They was their second best friend to Assad, and they do a lot of trade and other stuff. And they had seized those 2 oil tankers, maybe more, or weren't allowing any of those oil tankers. And then we see the sudden economic currency drop. It's been dropping, but there was a big drop as well. Mm-hmm. So one side of me thinks that may have weakened it because they rely on funds to pay the mercenaries. So maybe those oil tankers, did they even have oil? Could they have had cash or gold?
Oh, that's interesting. That's a very interesting theory. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, it just makes you think. Because I know they've tried to drop the currency now. I think it's 135 as of today, because they tried to flush the market with money as a way of appeasement. But that won't last. It'll go back up, I believe. Because the economy is they have mismanaged everything. They have failed on every single level, this barbaric regime. and just fill their pockets because he's so deeply corrupt.
Yeah. It is. It's I would not put anything past them. Because you can never, like, you can't trust anything they do. And I mean, who knows what they're planning on right now. But I just want to also say, like, they are still fighting back. Like, they are still, like, the Islamic Republic is still trying to, of course, suppress the demonstrations. They're trying to suppress Iranians, and it's pretty much open season. So the Islamic regime forces are still shooting at Iranians, and we are seeing, hearing accounts of casualties, but it's not as much as what we would expect. I mean, so here's a video. This is where is this? This is, oh, I just missed it. Where'd it go? Here we go. So this is from Hamadan. This is literally tonight. So, and it says local reports allege that security forces have fired directly towards unarmed protesters in several areas in Hamadan. So, see, like, it's just these savages that are just like running by. Do you see that? They're just like, it's like hunting season. They're literally running and just shooting openly. Like, could you imagine, like, police in like a Western civilized country behaving that way? You're on mute.
Yeah, no, but it's like a game of Call of Duty. They're trying to do, they're getting the guns. And this is the thing, folks. The vast majority want the end of this regime, and vast majority want Pahlavi back. But there is an element of, we have to be real here, of these savages, etc., that have propped up this regime. But it's a conditional a relationship, and it does boil down to money.
It absolutely does. Okay, we have a super chat question. So what should be the next step for the people? Should they be trying to gather weapons? Should they try to take over the buildings that control internet? That's a very good question. So I think definitely just going after the bases and forces of the Islamic regime, that's very important. The Shah of Iran, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, he put out a message last night, and he basically said to the Iranian people to keep on demonstrating, keep on going out to the streets and striking. So I want to make it very clear, he has not called for violence. So he does not condone violence. The violence that you're seeing is organic, and this is just a result of people fighting back against oppression. But he has said to continue putting pressure on the regime with strikes and with going out and protesting and demonstrating. And he said him and his team are currently working in the background, and they are mobilizing and coordinating with those people within military, law enforcement, and security who have already defected. So basically, what he has said to Iranians is just, continue putting pressure, do not give up, keep on like going after the Islamic Republic, tell the world what you want and who you want. And, him and his team are working behind the scenes. So we just have to, I guess, wait and see. But for Iranian people, it's basically just keep on applying pressure and get the Islamic Republic to retreat in several areas. And so, for example, here we're seeing. So this is Shahrakord. Shahrakord is another small city in Iran, in occupied Iran, and here it says, oh, this is a religious seminary site. So now they're going after. So this is interesting, Johnny. So not only are Iranians now are going after IRGC bases, they're going after the bases of the mullahs, right? So they're going after the religious centers now. So this would be considered, I don't know, I guess Islamophobic maybe, according to the woke Western leftist progressives. But in Iran, all of these religious centers are controlled by the Islamic Republic. So, I mean, it to me, like, I'm not going to fault Iranians for doing this, because these are all like bases for terrorism and radicalism. Here. Wow.
Where was that?
This is Shahrekord. So Shahrekord is another city. Here, let's watch this again, Johnny. This is a religious seminary in Shahrekord, and the Iranians, they've set it on fire. What do you think? What do you make of that?
Yeah. Was it in Masa Amini that they burned or tried to burn Khomeini's house? Was that right? If I remember.
I think they tried, but they never really got it. Like, I don't think they actually attacked or burned any religious seminaries during the Masa Amini protests. But
yeah,
now it seems like they're doing it here.
Yeah, the thing is, folks, you got to understand that, and I use this example. If you've been force-fed boiled chicken every day of your life for 47 years, and you don't want more boiled chicken, and that boiled chicken has made your life absolutely miserable, then this is what happens at times. You can only understand it if you're in their shoes. It's easy if you're in a different country, in a different circumstance, in a different life, to sort of, well, yeah, this and that. You can only understand if in those shoes. I'm just trying to. These protests, they come, then people go home, then they start again to go home. Does the city have to fall? Does something bigger have to fall to really snowball defections, in terms of this cat and mouse?
Well, I think ultimately it has to be Tehran. I think ultimately it has to be Tehran. And it has to be, I mean, according to, my personal opinion, they have to capture the communications HQ, right? So the broadcasting center, right? I think that's key, where they capture the broadcasting center and basically say, we've taken control and the Islamic regime has fallen. So I'm praying, I'm hoping that, one of these days, like sooner rather than later, we'll just wake up to the news that, the military has taken control of all the government buildings in Tehran, and they've taken control of the communication towers and the broadcasting center. And, they've broadcast that the Islamic regime has fallen, and, it's the end of it. Iran is free. So kind of like how, in that video, in the AI video that I played by Nufti, that's sort of how I envision it. But I think all of this is very good signs. I mean, look, like this is in front of another another police station or IRGC base in another city. And again, like you can see, they've gone after the cars and everything. And like there's two guards there. You can see the two guards just, I think they're guards. I don't know. But I mean, there's two people just kind of standing there, like not doing anything while this car is burning, right? I mean, these aren't normal scenes in Iran. It's for non-Iranians. Like, this isn't normal. Like, it's not like we walk around and we see burning cars all the time. Like we're generally very peaceful people. So this is not a normal occurrence, this kind of violence.
100%. Under the Shah, we had nothing. No wars, nothing. It was absolute peace and stability under Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. You think normally with these things, they start to attach labels to protesters as the rioters, as paid by Mossad, all the usual greatest hits. And then they ratchet up the psychological warfare. Their chief person that used to do that, Salami, where he said, we're going to crush you like cockroaches and all that kind of thing, etc. It's missing at the moment. Or are we going to see it tomorrow where they start to say, right, okay, we're going to have to try to do this now and start speaking like this and go on TV and all that kind of thing?
I mean, these people are desperate. These people are desperate, but again, like so today they were trying to, I guess, appease. So today the president came out and put that message of like appeasement, basically saying, we have to take responsibility for the mismanagement. We have to like be accountable to the Iranian people. But as you can tell, that message did absolutely nothing for the Iranian people. And tonight, everything has escalated. It's escalated. We're seeing more violence. We're seeing more fires. We're seeing more cities rising up. So I don't actually think the message that the president put out today did anything. If anything, it worsened the situation, because I think Iranians are done with the Islamic Republic. They're seeing through the lies. They're seeing through the nonsense. They don't trust the Islamic Republic. And I think the fact that Iranians all across the country have been, calling for Reza Pahlavi's name. Again, he's the Shah of Iran in exile. They've been calling his name. They want him to return. I think we have crossed a bridge. Like we've just, or maybe I don't know what the proper phrase is, but we've crossed a line. A line has been crossed that we can't go back from, right? Like I don't think there's any turning back from this anymore, because Iranians have made it very clear who they want and what they want.
Yes. See, what they normally do in these things, they usually hold back the supreme leader. He usually goes quiet. And then there are rumors that he's dead, this has happened, that happened. And then when they feel like the tide is turning, or they want it to somehow turn, they usually roll him out. And he'll make a speech of some sorts. And he'll say, right, that's it, that's enough. Right? If you do this, then God help you, etc. It's their pattern time and time again. He did it in 2009, where he did that speech in front of a whole assembly of people, etc. Like you brought it on yourself, and then we saw the scene of what happened with Neda Soltani. I think it happened about a week later. It happened with 2019. It also happened with Mahsa Amini, etc., when he went disappearing for a while. The problem this time round, it's not the same, because there's Israel and him being a target for Israel, as reported, allegedly. So this is what makes the picture much more complicated for them, I think.
You think so?
In terms of their usual patterns of, because what they try to do, they play psychological warfare. So sometimes they'll deliberately have on Twitter where they start the rumor that he's dead. They sometimes they deliberately start that, and then people think, oh, he's gone, and then you'll see some videos of him in Najaf or whatever, but it's not. It's some not lookalike or whatever. And then suddenly they bring him out to disappoint people, to take that hope away and say, look, he's invincible. He's non-stop. Here's our great leader, blah, blah, blah. Here he comes, kind of F you, blah, 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 etc. That normally is the process. But this time the complication is different, because if he were to do something like that, I wouldn't think he'd do it live. It would be some kind of recorded speech from wherever he is.
Yeah, I mean that is a good point, and we haven't heard anything from the supreme dictator in the last few days whatsoever. So I guess we have to keep an eye out for that. I mean, Mahi Artusi, and I want to get to his live stream in a little bit. to watch that and get the updates. But I mean, he seems to think that Khamenei has left the city, but I mean, I have no idea if that's true or not. So I would love your thoughts on that. But I want to go to a few of the super chats first before we continue. So Patrick O'Brien sent a super sticker. Thank you so much for your support. I hope you're enjoying the live stream. We have Capiton Adao. Sorry, I can't pronounce your name, but he says, God bless all the liberty defenders. Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless to you. Thank you for your support. And then KWNY Upstate says, the Iranian president apologizes about financial mismanagement, but can't figure out to apologize about decades of violence and dictatorship. You're 100% right. And that's the irony in all of this, right? Like this is why people like aren't buying his nonsense, because you're right. It's not only about the economic hardship, it's about the entire 47 years of oppression and brutality. And people are just done with it. They're done. Completely done. And so, apologizing for the economy isn't good enough, because that's not even the issue. Sure, the collapse of the rial is what sparked the demonstrations. But for those of you who've been following along from the beginning, like literally within a few hours, the demonstrations went from complaining about the rial to regime change, because Iranians, they just don't want to live under an Islamic dictatorship anymore. They don't want Sharia law. They don't want to, be murdered in the name of Allah and Islam and jihad. They don't want to, be ruled by corrupt dictators. They want to have a free, secular, normal country, just like everyone else. They don't want Iranian money going to fund terrorists in Palestine, or, they don't want Iranian money going to fund Hezbollah, or, all these like Islamic centers in Western countries that are radicalizing people, right? They want Iranian money to be invested in Iran. And every one of us, we view this Islamic dictatorship as a foreign occupying force. And that's exactly what it is. So
yeah, like you say, occupied Iran.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, Tusi TV, what basis he's got that. I'm kind of thinking it's just some rumor. I would struggle to think that's correct. I don't know. I'd love to be proved wrong, though. I really would.
I mean, I could definitely pull up his video, and then we could watch, because I've been meaning to watch the live stream as well. Before I go to that, I just wanted to also just share a few more videos, and then you and I can take a quick break while we watch Tusi TV's live stream. Because I could use a quick coffee break, and because my coffee's all empty, so I want to get another cup for sure.
No, you have to speak for 5 hours nonstop.
Hey, listen, I've done that before, Johnny. So we've done that before. Okay, so you were mentioning Qom earlier. So yeah, here's footage from Qom. It's once considered the stronghold of Shiite clerics, has joined the nationwide anti-Islamist regime pro-Shah uprising. Protesters are chanting against the regime and in support of Iran's exiled Shah. Right? So like even in Qom, like things are heating up. They're getting bigger. Oh, here's another one. Look at this. So in Kuhdasht, Loristan province, Iranian protesters are toppling and burning down statues and monuments of the Islamist regime as the nationwide anti-regime pro-Shah, pro-Pahlavi uprising continues to gain momentum following his... Like, look at this! So as they're burning these, statues that honor the Islamic regime, they're also chanting Marg bar Khamenei, which is death to Khamenei. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think they're taking down a statue of Raisi.
Yeah.
The ex-president of the Islamic Republic that had a crash in the helicopter.
Here you go. Here's more footage from Qom. So it seems like they're throwing rocks or something at the Basij militia force. Shut up. Wow. Bisharaf, of course. Like that's just utter mayhem, Johnny. Like, and that's in Qom.
Yeah. And so you kind of think, what are the circumstances on the ground to make them feel like they can do that in the power center of the clerics?
Yeah. I think the Islamic Republic is incredibly weak, and people are now realizing that. They're realizing that, and like, I mean, again, this is from today. So every day we're seeing footage where things are escalating. Like, this is Hamadan today. Oh wait, let me. So for all the non-Iranians, the caption says Fori Hamadan hamle kardan be yek kardan basiji. So basically it's saying urgent. In Hamadan, that's the city. Iranians are fighting back against like Basij forces. So look at this. This is utter chaos. That's just utter chaos, Johnny.
It's particularly ferocious in Hamadan.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You've got to understand, folks, that the rage inside Iranians, when you've been so suppressed for 47 years and treated like slaves almost, you know, it's coming out. However, like that boxing match analogy, until you've got your opponent knocked out, you have to be mindful of it as well.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to 2C TV's live stream update, and then that'll give you and me quick chance to go grab a coffee or something. Of course, I'm still going to be listening. And Johnny, I don't know how long I have you, but whenever you have to go.
Is that right?
Okay. All right. So whenever you have to go, you let me know, because I know it's getting late where you are, and it's been a rough day for both of us. But I really do appreciate you being here. And joining me for this. All right, let's go to 2C stream.
Welcome back to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. Amaya 2C, and the Islamic Republic of Iran is falling apart. So once again, we are now on day 5 of the uprising against the Islamic occupation, and the Iranian people continue to have total control of the streets in almost every city and town at this point, at least all the major cities around Iran. They have also managed to capture a number of local police stations. We are not aware whether they have managed to get their hands on any weapons, but the security are desperate, and they are shooting at a number of the protesters. We are going to be joined by a special guest in this live update, Emily Schrader of Israel. Hello, Emily. How are you?
Hi.
Yeah, we got you. So there's a lot to cover here. Let's first, before we show you guys the videos that we are receiving from Iran, Emily, what are the Jews doing? What is the state of Israel doing? And we are hearing a lot of chatter about a potential move by the Israelis against the IRGC, and the Islamic Republic are getting ready because they've been doing ballistic missile tests. What's going on with those guys?
I I mean, we know that they've been doing ballistic missile tests as well as military drills with fun folks over in Russia and China, also South Africa. They were having naval drills with BRICS. So definitely, I think there will be a round two imminently. How soon, though, I don't really know yet. That remains to be seen. That's the big question on everyone's minds here. But since the protest started, there's also been a lot of chatter, a lot of Israeli support for the Iranian people. A lot of people here on the ground, including myself, who have called for the Israeli government to actively help the protesters, not in the sense of, go and drop bombs from the, F-35s, but in the sense of actually providing logistical or informational support, if possible, whether it's through security agencies like Mossad, whether it's through other contacts that they have or other information that, for example, the Ministry of Intelligence might have. Anything and everything that can help the people of Iran is what I myself and many other Israelis have actually called for when it comes to supporting the people on the ground. At the same time, I do want to say that I've gotten countless messages from Iranians saying, well, why isn't Mossad doing anything? Why isn't Israel doing anything? They said they support us and they sent that tweet out. And there have been other comments, which I'm sure we'll discuss in some of the videos, like the Minister of Intelligence, Gila Gamliel, saying that we do support you. You have the full support of the Israeli government as well as the Israeli people. But a lot of people are frustrated because they haven't seen something on the ground. But I just have to say for the record that if Mossad is acting, you're not going to hear about it. You're not going to see it. You can suspect that it might be Mossad. And I have my own suspicions about some of the actions that we see coming from these protests. But you're not going to know that it's Mossad for 20, 30, 40 years, if ever.
Yes, absolutely. Well, on that note, let's go to see to Iran and see what Mossad is doing. Citizens in exactly, citizens in Khordasht have taken total control of the city and are barricading it. Let's go to the first video quickly. They have total control. It's really weird. One of the things that I've been saying on this channel over the last few days, that the first day and then the second day I repeated myself saying, no, yes, tomorrow they're going to do a crackdown. Tomorrow they're going to bring everybody out, more Basij members. But this shouldn't be allowed right now. It's day 5. They should not allow any gathering. So are they losing IRGC members, or have they been told not to do anything? It's like a standing order. What is going on? What do you think is going to happen?
I mean, from what I've heard and the people that I've spoken to on the ground, this is kind of similar to what they did at the beginning of the Masa Amini protest, thinking that it wasn't going to be as big as it was. So we didn't see the harshest crackdown until well into the protest movement. I hope that that's not what's happening here. But what does give me hope about the situation as well is that we've seen a lot of calls. I know you yourself have spoken about it from the protesters directly to the security forces, telling them, join us. We're not against you. We want you to be on our side, defect. And we've also seen that this is a pattern happening in the last year or so, especially as a result of the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, calling on armed forces of Iran to defect and to join his platform. And we see an increasing number of those people. One of the first...
Oops, my mic was muted. Can you hear me now? Okay. So I just wanted to pause because I was away from my screen earlier, but he said something really interesting. And then Emily responded about the whole, Mossad being on the ground. I would like to know your take on that. And, because it is an interesting theory. And then, we had the Mossad account tweet out in Farsi and Persian that, we are on the ground. And so do you think that there's actually an element there? Or, I'd love your thoughts on that.
Yeah, crack me up. He did. Let's see what Mossad's doing.
They might be there. They might be there. Mossad could be there. We never know. But
Look, the reality is this is by Iranians.
Yeah.
However, I do feel that there is some support happening in a covert way. And I'm not ashamed of that. In fact, we should own it. Because at the end of the day, there's no successful revolution without international support. Not
100%.
one.
100%.
Even the US revolution had international support. This regime is supported by Russia and China.
And Jimmy
That's how
Carter and
they
the
say.
Democrats. Yeah,
Yeah.
Jimmy Carter and the Democrats in France and the UK. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and they were brought in. Even when Khomeini came to Tehran, his entourage were in discussions with the Carter administration to stand down the Artesh, the army, so that it was safe enough to come in. So this nonsense that people do, which they try to weaponize in some way. Oh, you're a puppet. There's a puppet, and all that kind of stuff. It's a nonsense. We live in a global world. Everybody relies on each other in some form. United Kingdom relies on the US, for example. Israel relies on the US. No country can be alone in a lot of things. And no successful revolution has happened by itself. But this is, I want to make it absolutely clear, this is organic. Iranians don't want it.
Yeah.
They haven't wanted it for 47 years, and they want Iran back, and they want the Shah back. That is absolutely facts, right?
100%.
Independent of anything else.
100%, Johnny. And I have no doubt. So I have no doubt that there are Mossad agents on the ground. And the reason I say that is because Iran and Israel, our shared history goes back, 3,000 years. And there are, I don't know, like over 300,000 Iranian Jews. I think living in Israel alone. I have to get my numbers right, but we have a lot of Iranian Jews who, after the Islamic takeover, had to escape and go, basically seek refuge in Israel. And one of the things that I learned on my visit to Israel back in October of last year, so it would have been October 2024. When I visited Israel, I mean, I knew that there were a lot of Iranian Jews there. I also knew that Iranian Jews were very proud Iranians and they support the Shah. But it wasn't until I got there and I interacted with, you know what? I hate to say Iranian Jew because it feels like I'm making a distinction. Because to me, an Iranian is an Iranian is an Iranian. Like, regardless of religion, regardless of background, regardless of whatever, like, you're Iranian, right? And so the only reason I say Iranian Jew is because I'm just trying to like prove a point here. But the experience that I had with Iranians in Israel, it was it made me realize how much Iranian Jews love Iran, right? And I met several people who are, part of the IDF who are literally born in Iran, right? Like Shirley Shamsian, one of the IDF, she's like an IDF spokesperson for IDF Farsi. Of course, Kamal Pinhasi, we call him like Amu Kamal, Uncle Kamal, again, like an Iranian who was born in Iran, but, they had to flee Iran after the Islamic Republic took over. They're in Israel now, but, I met them and I met several other Iranians as well. And I guarantee you, Johnny, some of the Iranian Jews that I met were probably Mossad. I don't know who, but I met a lot of them. So all I can say is that when it comes to, this theory about Mossad being in Iran right now, the reason I don't doubt it is because those Mossad agents are probably like a 99%, they're Iranian. They may have probably born in Iran, raised in Iran, and that's why you can't tell the difference because when it comes to Iranian Jews, one of the things that Iranian Jews have said to me is that, Iran is their mother and Israel is their father. And so they have loyalty to both nations. And so Iranian Jews have been on the front lines of trying to free Iran from the Islamic dictatorship. So that's the only criticism I have of Mahyar and Emily when they speak about Mossad, because when they speak about Mossad, they make it seem as if, these are like outside people who are not Iranian. But I'm pretty much like 100% confident the Mossad agents who are in Iran right now helping Iranians, they themselves are Iranian. And that's why the Islamic dictatorship can't tell the difference, because you can't tell the difference between an Iranian based on religion. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, they've admitted it themselves. They often say, we're closest to you than your own vein in your neck.
Well, do you remember that video? The video from...
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I should find that video and...
With the call.
Oh, that call was insane, Johnny. Like...
Yeah, that was one of the most insane things that I've ever heard. So it's an open secret. And events will show you that. You don't do that operation like they did with Bagheri and the rest if there isn't. But it has to be because of Iranians on the ground, in my view.
I agree with you. Here, let me see if I can find that video actually, because this is critical. Okay. Is this the one? Wait, I have like an Apple ad here. But guys, like this call, like, so I remember, Johnny, you and I, like, we played this video call. Oh, here we go. Okay. Maybe it's working. Okay. Let me just share this. Let me share this tab and then we'll go back to the Tusi video. So for those of you who don't know which call we're referring to, guys, you're about to get your mind blown. So let me just add this to the stage here. Sorry, technical difficulties. Where's that? Here we go. Okay. So for those of you who don't know the context, this was a call. This was a call between the Mossad forces, like basically someone in Mossad, and they were contacting people who are affiliated with the Islamic Republic. And just listen to this. So, like, for me as a native Iranian, same with Johnny, like native Iranian, I speak fluent Persian. This is a Mossad agent who is calling Islamic regime officials. From his voice, like, I can tell that he is Iranian. He was born in Iran and he loves Iran. And so I just want to say, like, I'm so grateful to the Iranians in the IDF and the Iranians in Mossad who are literally on the front lines. But guys, listen to this. So, they call him an Israeli intelligence operative, but in reality, he's actually Iranian who just happens to be Jewish. So, here we go. Here we go. Get ready for this, guys. Where do I push play?
الو سردار سردار سلام علیکم سردار سلام علیکم داری من از کشوری زنگ زنم که 2 ساعت پیش سلامی باقری و شمخانی رو فرستاد جهنم. الان برای تو بهت پیشنهاد میکنم. اومد رو خط، بیارش رو خط. الان صدامو داری؟ گوش کن. من از کشوری زنگ میزنم، به توضیح میدم، خوب گوش کن. من از کشوری زنگ میزنم که 2 ساعت پیش باقری سلامی شمخانی رو دونه دونه فرستاد جهنم. الان تنها پیشنهادی هم که به تو میکنم، هم میتونم بهت پیشنهاد کنم 12 ساعت وقت داری که پاتو بگیری با زن و بچت فرار کنی، وگرنه تو الان تو لیست مایی. تو دونه دونه تو لیستی که من دارم نگاه میکنم و هدف بعدی ما هستیم. با خاک تو، خانوادت، بچه‌هات همه رو میزنیم. فقط زنگ زدم بهت بگم ببین تا وقتش هست بهت مهلت میدم. گفتم 12 ساعت از همین الان دقیقه که باهات صحبت کردم وقت داری فرار کنی، وگرنه هر چی دیدی از چش خودت دیدی. ما از رگ گردنم به تو نزدیکتریم. اینو خوب بکن تو گوشت. خدا من بهت گفتم من الان قشنگ بهت گفتم دیگه، بهت مهلت دادم. کجا رو گرفتم؟ تمام این خونخوارا، تمام این مثل سلامی و امثالشو فرستادیم همون جایی که باید خیلی زودتر میرفتن. تو هم میخوای یکی از اونا باشی؟ تو هم میخوای بعدی باشی تو لیست؟ تو هم میخوای زن و بچه تو
Okay, so I just want to pause here because I just want to say that you can tell from his accent, he's like 100% Iranian, right? Like literally born and raised in Iran. And yet he's, you know, part of Mossad or, you know, IDF. We don't know who. But so this is what I mean. You literally cannot tell who is Mossad and who isn't because there are many loyal, patriotic Iranians who are fighting, who had to escape to Israel. And now they're fighting to free Iran. But Johnny, this is where it gets very interesting because he is about to get incredibly emotional, and you can just hear from the tone of his voice how much he actually loves and cares for Iran. And this is what I mean when I say, like, I do not differentiate between you know, Iranian Jews or anyone else because we're literally all Iranian first. And so you can tell from his voice in this audio recording how much he actually loves and cares for Iran. Let me just play this part and then I want to get your thoughts on it.
خب دارم بهت میگم، بهت پیشنهاد دادم، زنگ زدم بهت بگم 12 ساعت وقت داری یه فیلم درست کنید. ما از این حکومت دست کشیدیم و نمیخوایم جونمون رو قربونی آدمایی کنیم که زدن کشورمون رو 46 سال نابود کردن، فقط کشتن، فقط دزدیدن.
So this is the part I want to stress out because in his video, like in his audio call, again, this is from the 12-day war, right? But this is important because when people talk about Mossad involvement today in occupied Iran, this is why I'm playing this video because it's Mossad, but the vast majority of them are Iranian. And this is how patriotic they are because he literally says in his phone call, he says کشورمونو. This is the important part.
بچه تو به فنا بدی؟
Let me pull it up.
خب دارم بهت میگم، بهت پیشنهاد دادم، زنگ زدم بهت بگم 12 ساعت وقت داری یه فیلم درست کنید. ما از این حکومت دست کشیدیم و نمیخوایم جونمون رو قربونی آدمایی کنیم که زدن کشور.
Here's where he says Zadan keshvaremuno, right? So even though he is, you know, working for, you know, IDF, Mossad, whatever, in his phone call he says keshvaremuno. Why? Because as an Iranian Jew, he still loves Iran and he identifies with Iran. And this is a difference between Iranian Jews and many Jews from other like Arab nations. Because again, like we're Iranian, we're not Arab. So that's a big difference right there. But unlike, you know, how Jews have been treated in Arab nations, in Iran, our allyship and friendship with Jews and Iranians go back thousands of years. So even this agent from, you know, Mossad or wherever, when he's speaking about Iran, he still says like my country. Why? Because he's an Iranian, he's a proud Iranian, and just like the rest of us, he is fighting to overthrow the Islamic dictatorship that has captured our country. So, all right, I just wanted to share that, and let's just, you know, play it until the end, and then Johnny, I want your thoughts on it.
از این حکومت دست کشیدیم و نمیخوایم جونمون رو قربونی آدمایی کنیم که زدن کشورمون رو 46 سال نابود کردن، فقط کشتن، فقط دزدیدن، فقط بردن، فقط تیکه کردن. من آدرس تلگرام برات میدم بفرست. برات میفرستم. الان اسمسش میکنم. شماراتو دارم. ببین ما همه چی تو داریم. تو انگار نفهمیدی. تو اصلا معلومه اصلا نمیفهمی کجایی الان. دارم بهت میگم تمام سرانتون رو زدیم رفت تو هوا، پودرشون کردیم. بعد نشستی اینجا فکر میکنی حالا داری با من حرف میزنی فکر کردی که چی اونجا نشستی تا زنگ زدم دارم پیشنهاد میدم که زن و بچه تو نجات بدی بدبخت منگی خب مگه من برات میفرستم
There you go, Johnny.
با تو
Oop. What do you think of that, Johnny? You're on mute.
I remember listening to that, and it never grows old, like how that audio is, and the way they are absolutely shocked with what they're hearing, and he makes them like nothing, because these individuals, they build them up, they have their titles, whatever they are, but he talks to them like he's something he's just stepped in, like a child, schooling them. And it's still, I don't think you'll ever grow old, that conversation, in terms of that. It's one of the most unbelievable things that I've come across in terms of audio. And you're right, there is that emotion, because his voice cracks just slightly as he goes into that piece, when he talks about all the atrocities they've done. So, yeah, it just goes to show you. And you're, in terms of, people maybe sometimes don't realize, prior to the Islamic Republic, Iran, there was more, outside of Israel, the biggest population of Jews was in Iran. And Jewish people have been in Iran for thousands of years.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And you know that, and again, like I said, like when I visited Israel in 2024, and actually I'm actually planning on I'm working on another trip to Israel in the next few months, so I'm pretty excited about that. Yeah, pretty excited about that.
Goldie show there.
Oh yeah, the Goldie show in Israel.
That'd
There
be a
you
good
go.
one, eh?
Oh yeah. You know, Iranian visits Israel part 2. I'm actually really, really excited about it.
I bet you are.
I don't want to give too much away.
Yeah.
But you know, when I visited Israel, the Iranian Jews there, especially many of them who have escaped after the 1979 Islamic Revolution, were just so patriotic, and they are just so pro-Shah, pro-Pahlavi, because they know who built up Iran. And so, yeah, you can hear the emotion in his voice. But the whole point of sharing this is that, you know, I want to go back to what Mahir Tusi said with Emily Schrader. And when they're talking about Mossad in occupied Iran, you know, it's not random people. It's literally Iranian Jews who are fighting to free Iran, because just like the rest of us, we just want our country to be free. And the relationship that Iranian Jews have with Iran is very different than Jews from other countries, because Jews in other countries have been historically persecuted, or, you know, whatever the case may be. But because Iran is different from, like, you know, those other Arab countries, you're right. Iran, prior to 1979, was literally the second most safest place for Jews after Israel. And it was only when the Islamic regime took over in 1979 that Iran became unsafe for the Jewish population. So that's why Iranian Jews have such loyalty and love for Iran. So I just wanted to give a little bit of context there. But let's go back to what Mahir Tusi was saying, Johnny, because I know it's getting late for you, and you probably have to head off soon. So
images from this protest that we saw, that I saw you speak about as well, that image of the man sitting down in the middle of the road, that was actually a defector. From what we know so far, that was one of them, from the reports that refused and didn't want to fight against the people who were protesting, and he ended up getting arrested by his colleagues. So we do see an increasing number of people. There are also a lot of videos coming out from people in various branches of the armed services, even the IRGC, people who have been defecting, pledging allegiance to the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, and saying that they're done with the Islamic Republic. And I think it's very clear, more so than ever before, that there is unity amongst a lot of different groups of Iranians who are in favor of Pahlavi more so than we've ever seen before. And I'm hearing the exact same things on the ground from contacts that I have in Iran. Even people who didn't so much like Reza Pahlavi in the past are saying, yeah, I would estimate 80-85% of the public wants the Shah to come back to
Yeah.
Iran.
Yeah, so we will show because one thing we're going to talk about apart from the Israeli government is the police stations, the local police stations that have now been taken over and set fire to it. But another thing which is amazing is the city of Qom, which is not far from Tehran, which is one of the most religious, technically Islamic cities, and a big headquarters for the IRGC clerics. Is now been taken over by the young people. Let's quickly go to that video. Qom. Also, I've come prepared. Where is the? Oh no, I've lost it. Hang on.
So Johnny, he's looking for his Iran flag right now. Mahir Tusi. He's looking for his Iran flag. He's gonna wave it soon.
What is happening? I've lost the other. I'm very professional today. Hang on. Oh, it's here. Okay. All right, I've come
Emily's so
prepared.
confused. She's like,
I've got
"What's
this.
going on?" There you go. See,
And I've got this.
Oh, you're more prepared than me today. I only have the Israeli flag.
Amazing. Anyway, and we also have across the country the Islamic forces of the regime running for their lives as the Iranian patriots continue to take control, which is, I know it's a very powerful thing to see, but I just can't stop laughing because it's hilarious. These guys are supposed to be alpha males of Islam and very, very powerful and scary with their scary beards, but this is what's happening.
Oh my gosh! Wait! Let me bring up the video. Let me go back a little bit.
For males of Islam and very, very powerful and scary with their scary beards, but this is what's happening. Running away.
This is such a good video.
Brilliant.
Look at the crowd. It's gonna get bigger, Johnny.
Wow.
Like it's like a few people.
And you know what's amazing is this is just one video, but there are dozens of videos coming out like this. Almost every single hour I've received something else of a similar scene. And it's exactly what should happen. Literally run them out of town. That's what they should be doing.
It is, yeah. I mean, there is still more to do, by the way, because there's a lot of people who live in the West, and they've been saying even on the second day, well, they're still fighting. Come on, take over. Like, it's technically a war. This is a civil war, just like how you've seen Russia and Ukraine continue to hit each other.
Johnny, do you agree with that? How this is like technically civil war? Like, do you think it's gotten to that level of civil war yet?
I can see where he's coming from. And, you know, often people will say Iran versus Islamic Republic.
Mm-hmm.
And also, they're not going to go. They're going to have to be made to go. So if you follow that logic, it's not... See, I want to stay away from the word civil war, because I think that might be a bit dangerous in terms, because language matters, because civil war, then people start thinking, oh, it's like Syria then. And then it kind of complicates. There is no civil war. There's just a war. If you're going to say a war, is the people versus the regime.
I agree.
Not a civil war. Civil war means that there's one part of the population against another part of the population, and that's not what's happening here. This is just trying to free yourself from an occupation.
Iranians against the Islamic Republic.
Yeah. So I think it's very important that, because then people will attach things, oh, like Syria, like this, and I think that's maybe a bit of our own goal, just that term, I think.
You know, like I want to get back to this video, but Johnny, there's literally so much footage coming out. Like I just opened my X account and like just oh my gosh. Like let me just share this like quick video. Emily Schrader just posted this.
Have they fallen yet?
Like not yet. Not we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Look at this. Look at this. Wait. How do I do this audio thing? Okay. Look at this video, Johnny. This is from an hour ago, and it says protesters attack a Basij who has been opening fire on them. So again, Basij is, people who are affiliated with the Islamic Republic. Watch this. There's no audio, but look at that. Like, these are the Iranians. They're just like beating him with. So this guy was armed and he was shooting Iranians. And now Iranians have like managed to surround him and they're just like beating him. And then the one guy is like, okay, let's not kill him, right? This one guy in the white, he's like, all right, let's not murder the guy. But look at that. Like, he's just on the ground, surrounded by Iranians.
And that's testimony to Iranians, right? That even in that situation, there's someone still saying don't.
Of course.
But
I can also
the hate.
Oh, well, it's not the hate. Like, so for context, the reason that Iranians are doing this to him is because he was armed.
Kill him. Yeah.
And he was like, open fire shooting on Iranians, right? And we've seen all the footage. We've seen so much horrific footage.
And you would do that, right? It's like someone coming in your house, and is going to kill you. You're going to fight for your life. That's what it is, really. That's fighting for your life. That's all it is.
It's self-defense.
Yeah.
Because he is armed, and because you can even see, like, the Iranians, they don't have weapons. No. They're literally hitting him with their fists. They don't have shields or anything like that.
Yeah, and they do it, folks. That's why it's not just like there with the gun. They've done it so many times.
Yeah. Well, we've seen the footage and we've seen the videos there. So, all right, let's go to a few super chats, and then Johnny, I know you have to go. So I don't want to keep you too much longer. But okay, so Mr. Kogan Israel says, Bukharan Jews, we can call them Iranian Jewish too. I don't know what Bukharan Jews are, but okay, I will take your word for that. Aristotle or Plato says, I'm a UK Jew and live in fear. Iran 2026 equal. Yeah, 100%. Like, listen, I'm not in the UK, but if I was, I would be very scared of what's happening in the UK right now. Canada is not far behind. All I can say is that, when Iran is free, Jews will be more than welcome to go to Iran. Like, I think a lot of Iranians who are living in the diaspora will also escape and go back to Iran to, escape all the Islamic terrorism that's happening in Western countries 100%. And then Philip Daniel says, there were periods of persecution during the Safavid and Qajar periods. Oh yeah, 100%. Like, so the Qajar era, so the Qajar dynasty was right before the Pahlavi dynasty. The Qajar dynasty was incredibly Islamic, and they were basically controlled by the Shia clerics. And so 100% Jews during the Qajar dynasty were completely 100% persecuted. And it was when the Pahlavi dynasty came after the Qajar dynasty that Riza Khan, we call him Riza Shah the Great, he actually outlawed the Jewish ghettos, he outlawed anti-Semitism, and he basically decreed that Iranian Jews have the same rights as all other Iranians. And of course, the Islamic Shia clerics did not like that because it went against their, Islamic jihadi narrative. But yeah, the Pahlavi era was a golden age, and that's why Iranians right now in occupied Iran are chanting for Reza Pahlavi to return, because the Pahlavi dynasty is basically modern day Iran. You can't have one without the other. Johnny, any final words, any final thoughts? And then I'm just going to go to the Tusi thing, and then you can head out after that, because I don't want to keep you much longer. I know you're exhausted.
No, I think I've enjoyed it, and I think you're doing such a, your show's a great show. And you're so so dedicated. So yeah, lots of super chats, folks.
Oh, I appreciate that. And Johnny, you're the reason I'm getting all the super chats. So I think, the audience really appreciated having you here with us. So you might have to come back and join me for more live streams, just saying. So make sure you constantly look pretty, right? So that your camera.
Yeah.
Although no, you look fantastic right now.
Metrosexual.
So good. Someone says, David, hey Goldie, I heard you are planning a trip to Israel. Will this be a group trip? I'm still working out the details, but I'm not sure what you mean by group trip, but no, it's probably going to be more me and like a production team, maybe a few influencers here and there. But again, I'm still working out the details. I'm still working out the plan. But stay tuned because I will have more info on that in the future. If you have any suggestions, let me know. But really, the focus is going to be like, sharing Israel with the world to the world from the perspective of an Iranian. So, all right, Johnny, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you,
Really
Goldie.
appreciate that, and all the best. And you're gonna have to come back and join us soon. You're a
Thanks
rock
a lot.
star.
Thanks for having
All
me
right.
on. Take care, everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys, that was the one and only Johnny Nash. If you're not following him on Instagram or X, I don't know what you're doing with your life, but let's get back to this video from Tusi.
Lost 50 million, yeah.
I'm just going to make this full screen, and then we are going to continue with the latest breaking videos coming out of occupied Iran, because there is a lot to go through. So here we go.
This is not going to be a 2-day war. It will take some time. And to be fair, I do believe at this point, the way things stand now, it won't last that long, but it's not going to go for years because we don't know exactly where the leadership is. We do know that, well, we've now heard that the supreme leader has left the capital. He's gone to the west of Iran. And if I know, Mossad knows. So if they're going to hunt him down, feel free, guys, to check your GPS settings. And but that's the other thing, because we'll go to the police stations in a sec. But the Israeli ministers are now speaking out, and we showed one of the video statements in the last live stream. Is this a clearly, obviously, the cabinet will have to have meetings saying if whatever they're going to say, whatever they're going to do about anything in politics will have to be decided together. So that means that there have been meetings in the cabinet that, well, we have to make an effort now. We have to actually do something for the Iranian people, right?
I'm sure that there's been a lot of internal discussion about what exactly the state of Israel can do. I think there are two things that are really important to emphasize. And the first is that Israel doesn't want to force a regime change because we said so. It does have to come from the people. This is exclusively the mission of the Iranian people. It is their country to reclaim. It is their country to determine what their future governance will be, not the state of Israel. And that's something that's been emphasized over and over again by Israel, including by Netanyahu this week. That remains. At the same time, I do believe, and many others believe, that there's a lot that the Israeli government can do without being the body that forces a regime change. There are ways that we can support the Iranian people, not just Israel, but other countries as well, in terms of backing the protesters. Now, the most obvious one that comes to most people's mind is giving them arms. That's not what I'm talking about, although certainly that is theoretically an option for Israel or for other countries as well. But in terms of cyber activity, in terms of internet connectivity, in terms of practical small arms on the ground, we know that Mossad had a big operation during the 12-day war. Is there any reason to believe that they don't have similar operations today? I don't think so. I think they have a pretty good grasp on the situation, especially given the fact that Israel is now talking about a second military round against the Islamic regime in Iran. So all those things considered, I find it very hard to believe that Mossad doesn't have their finger on the pulse of all of these issues. And I'm very hopeful and optimistic that they're doing a lot of the things. And I'm hopeful as well because of the things we've already seen from protesters. The logistics of how they're doing this, the way the video that you played earlier, they have shut down almost every single street to keep the security forces from being able to enter certain areas. The way that they're going about this seems much more methodical than what I saw in 2022. 2023. I could be wrong on that front, but it does seem like they're very calculated in how they're going about it, as well as targeting specific government buildings. We'll talk about the police stations, but it's not the only ones. In some of these smaller towns, they've taken over judiciary, they've taken over Basij bases, they've taken over multiple locations, including a seminary, by the way, in many different cities, and it seems very orchestrated. So I'm hopeful that they have support on the ground already, but as I said, we won't won't know. We won't know
No.
officially if they did or didn't. So we're
Yeah.
hoping for the best.
But this is the thing. While a lot of people would say, "Oh, yeah, this is obviously an organic implosion," but people are angry. Obviously, the trigger was because of the collapse of the currency. But obviously, when we've had the Crown Prince of Iran saying that he's got contacts in the military, they've defected, and of course Mossad and even the US, these guys clearly planned not necessarily the trigger point, but while the people came out. It seems like, as you said, it's coordinated in a way that they know exactly where everything is, which building,
And
which
we even
office,
know
and all this.
now, like from speaking with some of the protesters that I've spoken to, they know like when security forces are coming, where they're coming exactly, which roads. They're telling people to take different directions. Sometimes they're telling them to go to a nearby city instead of the city that they're in because they want to divert some of the security forces into those areas. So it's everything that they should be doing, they're doing. We just need to see more people on the ground, more people going out into the streets and taking back their country.
Yes, absolutely. But on that note, let's quickly go to Hamadan, which is now under total control of the Iranians. Let's go and see. Wow. They're just doing whatever they want to do. And also the people in Asna have taken control of the local police station, and they have destroyed it now. Let's just have a look at that. Saying we have captured the police station, the guy says. Crazy stuff. But yeah, so what is the police station situation? Because a lot of people are asking, we don't know yet, but they're saying whether any weapons in there, did they have do they want to take the guns? Because I don't know, a lot of them have been told, we don't want to get violent, but you are violent already.
I think it's maybe past that time. It depends on which city. Obviously, they're not all the same, but I did see confirmation that some of the protesters did go take some of the weapons. I haven't received confirmation on that formally, but there is a rumor that that is the case. And honestly, I hope that it is, because these people need to defend themselves, and they are being fired at by the forces of the Islamic regime, and that is totally unacceptable. So I have no issue with that in any way, and I hope that that's what they're doing. I also know that some of the besieged buildings and facilities do not have weapons, whereas the police stations actually do.
Yeah.
So it's not lost on me that they're targeting several of these police stations in smaller cities in the last couple of hours. Again, I think that speaks to a more strategically planned approach. I'm hopeful, at least, that that's what it is, and that they'll be able to defend themselves, because we saw just within an hour the Islamic Republic officials stating that if this doesn't go more quiet, that they're going to crack down quite brutally. And we have seen in the past what that looks like. So if that does happen, I hope that the people are prepared with what they need in order to defend themselves, because I do think it will get worse before it gets better.
Yes, but the thing is, obviously they can still get more vicious and more violent, but I don't understand why they have to wait 6 days. Unless obviously we are seeing and hearing that some of the proxies, the Arab militias are there, and mostly from the Hezbollah of Iraq. And but again, they knew last night, 2 nights ago, the day before, that this is not under control, and if they're going to do a crackdown, they're going to start soon. But there's also all the theories that they don't really want to start killing many people because they know that President Trump and Bibi are watching. But again, there's so much happening behind the scenes as well as all this. But one of the things is that I am quite familiar, pretty familiar with all the cities and towns in Iran. But this uprising is so all over the place that I'm learning about new towns that I had no idea existed. For example, tonight we have an uprising in Kavar, where tense confrontations happening between the security forces and the population. Let's go and see what's going on there. Insanity. Chanting shameless. Of course.
I believe they also took at least one government building in this same city just a few hours ago. It might be even more than one. But
Yeah,
yeah, also intense clashes there, violent clashes. A lot of footage coming out from this smaller city.
one of the interesting things you said was it seemed not necessarily just coordinated, but they know the tactics and strategy, where to go, when, and how. Is that I never thought, and I am also an expert in the uprisings that we've had over the last few years, a few decades, but normally you would assume if this was just like normal people just going crazy and angry, you know, they would target police stations, maybe a couple of IRGC Basij bases, but one by one, they've been targeting the governors' buildings in each region. Now, that is a very interesting move to make, because obviously the governor's building, while it's not really a sexy title in Iran, because they're all puppets of the supreme leader, but the governor's buildings are essentially the main hub for each province and each region. Even if there is nothing inside it, even if they've evacuated it, it's symbolically important, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's about sending a strong message to the Islamic Republic, which actually speaks to something else I wanted to be sure to talk about here that I know you yourself have talked about as well, and that is that this isn't an economic protest.
Yeah.
And we see a lot of the Western media saying, oh, well, this was triggered by the inflation, and that's why the Iranians are protesting. And that's, I mean, yeah, I guess that's one of many issues, but this is about 47 years of oppression. Like, this is much broader. And if you listen to the chants, it's very clear. They're not saying, oh, we want a better economic situation. They're saying death to the dictator. They're saying they want a regime change. They're calling for the Shah to come back. People who never lived under the Shah are calling for the Shah to come back. So that should tell you, just that alone should tell you what this is really about. It's much broader than the economic situation. But actually, to answer your question about what the regime is doing, or why wait till now, why wait a few days to crack down, I think that President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu definitely have a profound effect on the Islamic Republic right now. I do think that the fact we're all speaking about this nonstop, and that it is on the agenda and the radar of the international press, even if they're not quite getting it right, and Trump and Netanyahu is weighing on them heavily. They know that this is just a ticking time bomb for the Islamic Republic in the eyes of the Israeli government. They know that something else is coming. They've been preparing for it themselves. That's why they've been rebuilding their ballistic missile program, along with sending billions of dollars to terror proxies. But I do think they're afraid to crack down fully because everyone is looking at them. We've seen internet be limited. It's limited right now in Hamadan, the one that you played a video of, and in several other cities as well. But it hasn't been fully cut off, which I actually do expect we will see at some point, as long as these protests continue. But yeah, I mean, I think that the pressure from the international community is massive, and as someone who's an activist myself and a journalist, it's one of the ways that we need to continue to apply a lot of pressure to keep the focus on this issue.
Yes, yes. The pressure should continue. The mainstream media have been slightly funny. You know, oh, there's an anti-government cost of living crisis protest. Well, yeah, they would have gone outside parliament and protest against the president, you idiots. They don't understand how anything works in the Middle East. But while CNN and BBC are talking about that, more police stations are being taken over. It's a war zone, but one side is just in control. Now, they
because all the security forces are running away.
But that's the thing. So Qom that we mentioned, there's a small so-called holy city of the Shias, and this was basically the headquarters for Khomeini in the 80s. Not only young people are out, we can now confirm that the authorities and the IRGC forces have now withdrawn, and people have total control of that small city. Let's go. And they're all young. You can see they're all young people. I mean, everybody's out, but in some areas you can see it's dominated by the younger generation. Something interesting is happening. I'm going to get your perspective on this because we are hearing that in Hamadan that you mentioned, Hamadan, there was an ambulance that people discovered. This ambulance was not actually a real ambulance. It was exposed as an unmarked ambulance carrying the regime thugs. They managed to take control of the car and, of course, beat up the IRGC members. Let me just quickly show this, then I'm going to ask you a question about this weird incident. That's the one.
My mic was muted. So just want to say I am listening to all this. I'm literally just having a quick break and eating my dinner. I'm having some salad. It's just awkward for me to like be on the camera putting salad in my mouth while I'm eating. That's why I'm off screen. But what he's about to show with the unmarked ambulances, I actually posted about that today on X because that's something that the Islamic dictatorship has done for several years, where they will use unmarked ambulances where they take off the license plates and they will use the ambulances to basically they will what's what I'm looking for? They'll transport Basij militia around town, and this is a tactic that Palestinian terrorists have learned from the Islamic Republic. So I just want to point that out before he continues.
So that's the thing. Not only that we're not seeing enough members of the IRGC or even the police out on the streets, this is a weird thing to see. That why are they hiding? Why are they not in their normal cars, like patrolling the areas? Why do they have to hide in ambulances? It's not Gaza. What's going on here?
I mean, I guess it's not that weird if you're here in Israel, because that is exactly what we see from Hamas and all the proxies of the Islamic regime. So it's no surprise that the exact same thing, the exact same tactics are being used by the regime itself. I don't think it's the first time either. I think in previous protests, they also used ambulances and other vehicles that were supposed to be used for the people, but instead were being used to deceive the protesters in order to trick them, to get them close enough, to shove them inside of the vehicles, to take them away, because they know that one of the things the protesters have been doing is that if they are being taken or arrested, that they will physically come as a mob and try to ensure that those people are not taken away, which I applaud them for this. It's incredibly courageous and also very, very dangerous. But that is one of the reasons that we see the regime taking things like ambulances and using them as a tool for terrorism. In this case, it's against their own people, and it's disgusting, and it's actually a war crime, and it isn't something that should go without comment and without condemnation from anybody who's watching.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm guessing if these guys have now been injured, the IRGC guys in the ambulance, the United Nations would say that healthcare workers casualties in Iran by Mossad.
Oh,
apparently.
no, that only applies to Jews. Only when Jews are involved.
Yeah, but Mossad is doing it apparently. So
yes, that's right. I forgot.
Every person on the streets is a Jew. Going back to Kabar, again, all these towns and cities that I'm becoming familiar with now, also on fire. Let's go there, and then I'm going to ask you about the overall situation with behind the scenes. You can also go to the province of Ilam as people are chanting for the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. This is the national chant, Reza Pahlavi. Wow. The level of confidence standing right in the middle of the street. Never seen that before. So that's the thing. So
there's footage that I've seen also from yesterday of the very large crowd, I don't remember which city, standing face to face, literally a few inches away from the security forces, chanting Javid Shah. It was really something to be like, I've never seen anything like that. It was amazing. I wish I was there with them on the ground.
You did enjoy when you come to London, when there's the Palestinian protest in central London. You just go right in the middle with the
Yeah,
Israeli flag.
I'm not afraid of them.
No, so that's the thing. Some people would say you look at the videos from 2009 with the Green movements. Obviously, a lot of people were out, a massive crowd in the center of Tehran protesting. Obviously, they all got shot, and they're looking at these things. They're like, well, yeah, there's a big crowd in every area, every city, and every town, but it's not that. Well, number one, that was everybody who came to Tehran at the same time one day in 2009, the main rally. This is every town, city, village, and island. Two, in fact, that's a very good point because a lot of the gatherings in corners of towns is probably a couple of thousand people, right? A few thousand people, a couple of thousand people. So it's not like hundreds of thousands. But yet the authorities are struggling, which takes us back to what's happening behind the scenes because whoever is helping, whether again it's the military people who have secretly defected, whether obviously the existing Mossad operatives or whoever else is there, maybe CIA, I don't know how much they're involved on the ground, perhaps whatever they're doing behind the scenes to disrupt even the communication among the IRGC or distract them with being afraid of something else, for example. Do you think that could be a thing that they're not able to crack down on a small village with like a couple of thousand people?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't really know who to credit for this formally, but I think it's been clear from what we've seen just the past few days that they are strategically planning protests. They're calling smaller cities nearby to divert security forces. It's not one big centralized protest, and I do think that is a strategic goal. I'm hopeful they can sustain that and expand that into something larger, especially in the major cities. But right now, I mean, it does seem to be orchestrated. I don't know by who, but it does seem to have some level of orchestration. I do want to note that yesterday as well, we discovered that there was a very large cyber attack on Islamic Republic targets inside of Iran and a lot of their infrastructure and communications. We don't know who that was,
Well, yeah, yeah.
but
I
I
don't.
have my suspicions
That's the thing.
about who that was formally.
Some of the stuff that happens, usually, usually you're not supposed to be able to guess, but the fingerprints, some of the tactics, the style of sabotage is very Mossadi. Sometimes it's more traditional CIA level sort of operations. But considering that Mossad is a very interesting organization because they brag about successful operations like the Pagergate, and so we kind of know that anything crazy probably is Mossad, probably, but we don't have any evidence, rather than CIA.
Well, I
I
don't
don't
want to
know.
discount. I don't want to discount the Iranian activists either. I mean, I know they have a very robust community of hackers and of cybersecurity officials who have spoken about this a lot and who have done a lot of work on the ground inside of Iran and internationally on this issue. Now, are some of them actually working with Mossad? Theoretically, that's possible. I'm sure that in some cases they
Yeah.
are, but there is a lot of talent, a lot of work, and a lot of planning that has gone into the successful operations that we see against the Islamic Republic inside of Iran that have absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with Israel.
Yes, yeah, there's a lot of and what they call them hacktivists, obviously, in Iran as well, especially at university levels. Let's go quickly back to Qom. Security forces have now opened fire at the protesters because they've lost control over the last couple of hours. Let's see what's going on. So it's
My mic was off. Oh my gosh. Okay, Mama, mikrofonم off بود. So I apologize for that. I totally missed that. Okay, so oh my gosh, that's so funny. Guys, this is what I mean, technical difficulties. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. My mother literally called me on WhatsApp she called me on WhatsApp to let me know that there was no sound. My apologies, guys. I was eating. I was literally in the middle of eating. And that's why I had turned my microphone off. I love my mom. I love my mom. Okay. No. I'm back. I'm back. There's sound. There's sound. You know what? I should have seen the messages, but I'm not even joking. Like my message screen was focused on the super chats, which is why I didn't see all of the no sound. My mom is the real OG. She's the real OG. This is what I mean. Like, I'm not a technical person. But at least now you guys know. Like, I literally don't have a production team. I don't have a team of people. There's like no one in the background. It's literally just me and my camera. And then, my parents who, they call me. So, how embarrassing is that? But anyway, so, okay. I will start from the beginning. Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed now. Okay, so Happy New Year from Australia. Could rising jihadism and political infiltration in the West be a reaction to unrest in Iran, plus Saudi Arabia and the UAE pushing progressive westernization reforms? Example, Prince MBS's Vision 2030. So, what I want to say is that the reason that you're seeing a lot of Islamic radicalism in Western countries is because a lot of Middle Eastern countries have recognized how dangerous Islamic radicalism is, and they have banned that behavior. They have banned that narrative from their own countries. Islamic Republic is a different scenario. I will get to that in a moment. But, think of like Saudi Arabia or, UAE. And I'm not saying that these countries are the bastion of freedom and human rights, because no, they're Muslim countries governed by Sharia law. However, they have banned Islamic radicalism. And so many of these Islamic terrorists who do not have the freedom to say what they want to say about, Islamic terrorism and jihad in Saudi Arabia or UAE or wherever, they will go to Western countries like Canada, UK, Australia, wherever, and they will claim asylum. They will claim that they are being persecuted, but really that persecution is because Muslim majority countries like Saudi Arabia or the UAE, they don't want these like radical Islamic terrorists to preach about jihad in their countries. So you have these like savage terrorists going to places like Australia, Canada, US, UK, Europe, wherever, and they claim refugee status or, they claim asylum because they're being persecuted, right? But they're actually terrorists, but they're taking advantage of the freedom of religion in Western liberal countries. So when it comes to Iran and occupied Iran, I have a feeling that yes, absolutely, we're going to see the same. We're going to see the same. Like even now, like we Iranians, we all know, for example, Canada has become a safe haven for the Islamic Republic. Many of them have come to Canada with their millions or billions of dollars of stolen Iranian funds. They claim, asylum or refugee status in Canada, but they're all affiliated with the Islamic Republic. So we do have a very big problem in Canada. And I have a feeling that when Iranians free Iran from the Islamic dictatorship, you're going to see a lot more of that like Islamic jihadi garbage escape and come to your countries and basically claim asylum or, claim that they're being persecuted or whatever. So, yeah, like I think it's going to be a big, big problem in the West in the future. I mean, it already is a big problem, right? Like you're already seeing like the trash can of the Middle East is being emptied in Western countries. So that's literally why you're seeing all of these pro-Palestine demonstrations in Western countries, but you're not seeing, like, someone asked me, has anyone seen a single pro-Palestine demonstration in Saudi Arabia? Has anyone seen a pro-Palestine demonstration in Egypt? Has anyone seen a pro-Palestine demonstration in the UAE? Right? If you can show me one video, let me know. But instead, you're seeing all of these pro-Palestine demonstrations in the UK, Canada, USA, Australia, wherever, right? You don't see them in like Middle Eastern countries, because the Middle Eastern countries know that the pro-Palestine movement is basically a bunch of savage Islamic terrorists, and the Middle Eastern countries don't want them. And they have recognized that Western politicians are incredibly weak. And so Western politicians just take in anyone. Like Western politicians are literally welcoming the trash from the Middle East with open arms under the guise of multiculturalism and diversity. And so the Middle East, they're like, all right, you guys, you want to take our garbage? Go right ahead. So there you go. This is why you have a pro-Palestine problem in all these Western countries. So I hope that answers your question on that. But I'm going to go back and continue watching Tusi TV's live stream while I finish my dinner. And then, what do you mean no sound? I have sound. Who says no sound? My mic is on. There you go. Oh yeah, you hear my sound. Okay, so anyway, so I'm going to go back to my dinner. And then we're going to get back to playing some recent videos from what's happening in occupied Iran. But, oh yeah, you're right, there is trolling. But before I go to the most recent videos, because many of you have been watching me and watching my live streams for a while, and all we're seeing from occupied Iran right now is doom and gloom. Before we go to more updated videos, after I'm done the 2C TV live stream, in honor of Elijah, because Elijah always wants me to play old school retro commercials, I will play some old school retro TV commercials from Iran before Iran was occupied by Islamic terrorists and before Iran became an Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law. So I will share some 1970s commercials with you from Iran. So, all right, let's continue with our live stream or with Maher Tusi's update, and then we'll continue with the show. And that'll give me a chance to finish eating my dinner. Oh, wait, guys, before I go, I now have a notification from my mother. Wait, how do I remove this? Hide. Okay, wait. I have a notification from my mom, so now I'm like terrified. Let me see what she's saying. Wait. Okay, guys. I'm just gonna play this for you, okay? Did you guys hear her voice? I'm telling you, literally, like my mom, she literally sends me voice messages like in my live stream, and then I have to like,
مال اون موقعیه که صدا نداشتی یه نفر بهت پول داد که بهت بگه یعنی بیای ببینیش ولی باز اونم ندیدی.
There you go. So I love you, Mama, and thank you for your voice messages. So there you go. Okay. All right. So we'll go to continuing the update from Maher Tusi, and then we'll have some Iranian commercials from the 1970s, and then we'll continue with the live stream. So there you go. All right, guys.
It's just someone filming from inside a car. Wow. And there's a massive gathering in Mashhad. So Mashhad, which is the second city of Iran, today we're seeing the uprising there massively. And the crowd are chanting, Iranians, raise your voice, call out your king. They're all girls and women. It's crazy. The first day, obviously, the very first day was the business people and people in the downtown Tehran, and they were mostly men, obviously. And then it was interesting. People were saying, "Well, where are the women?" And then when the women came out, where are the men? Like, what do you want? But everyone's out now, right?
And now they're saying that they have too many people in the small cities and they need more people in the big cities. First of all, there are protests going on even as I speak in the big cities.
Yeah.
But what we're seeing is a lot of the violence being carried out against the protesters in the smaller cities. So that's why a lot of people are talking more about that at this exact moment. And they've really done an amazing job drawing attention to this issue. I'm hopeful that not too many people are killed. I don't want violence, but at the same time, I think it's fantastic that the people are really saying enough, that we've had enough with this regime, and it's upon us to fight back and to take back our country.
Well, I thought literally 2 nights ago when we started seeing the initial shootings, and I said, okay, tomorrow morning is key. This is usually the moment people go home. And then last night it was actually the people who went crazy in a good way. And when they got very violent with the IRGC bases and all that, and they even found a secret small jail and released the political prisoners. Then I said, no, this morning, today, yeah, they are just going to start killing everyone. Unfortunately, they have obviously killed a few people, but not in the hundreds as I was expecting. So let's hope tomorrow and the next day I'm still wrong, and they're not able to retake control. But Dehloran as well, which I completely forgot it existed. There's a massive crowd there. God knows what's going on. Every small place, town, and village. Let's go. It's crazy. And Asadabad, that we've been talking about over the last couple of days, is heating up again. Let's see what's going on there. Wow.
There were also reports of limited internet coverage here as well, just a few hours ago.
It's interesting that they are still able to send out footage compared to previously. Even the internet disruption is not working out as well as before, unless there is a
And by the way, in
counter-sabotage.
theory, I don't know anything, but in theory, that could also be assisted by someone from the outside. It could be that they successfully smuggled in more infrastructure, Starlink terminals, or other technology that can assist in expanding.
So I actually wanted to comment on this because earlier today, sorry, I was like literally eating. Earlier today, when I was speaking with Armin and then also later on with Johnny, I actually commented and I pointed out on the fact that one of the major differences we're seeing in these demonstrations versus previous demonstrations is that even though the Islamic regime has tried to shut down the internet, for some reason, videos are just coming out. Like more and more videos are coming out. And normally, when something like this would happen, the internet would be shut down. And then all of us who are outside of Iran, we would be just sort of sitting around waiting and wondering what would happen. So a really good example of this is Alban, like Bloody November, where in 2019, in November of 2019, the Islamic Republic shut down the internet for a week, and within that week, they murdered at least 1,500 people. Some reports indicate that it was way more than that, like it was over 5,000 people. But literally, like one of the tactics of the Islamic Republic in terms of shutting down the demonstrations is they will cut off the internet and they will prevent Iranians from communicating with the outside world and sharing videos. And so that's one of the things that's very, very strange to me. And I've called it out, and I'm glad that Emily's now speaking about that as well. But by now, the internet should have been shut down. So by now, we should have, if this was a normal, not normal, but like, if this was like every other uprising or revolution, the Islamic dictatorship would have shut down the internet by now. but in fact, it's the opposite. Like we are receiving new videos every few minutes. So Iranians are still able to communicate with the outside world. And so that gives me hope. Like to me, I'm like, okay, like there is something going on. And to Emily's point, I mean, maybe that's one of the ways that Mossad is helping Iranians, right? By making sure that they're still able to communicate with the outside world. I mean, I don't know if it's Mossad. I don't know. I do know that like Iranians themselves have been smuggling in Starlink. Like I know that for a fact. I've heard, people have communicated that info to me even during the 12-day war. So there is that. But the fact that the internet still has not been completely shut down and we are getting new videos and new footage, this is very strange because even during the 12-day war, the internet was pretty much shut down right away, and Iranians in occupied Iran were not able to communicate with the outside world. But we're not getting that right now. Like we are able to communicate with people in Iran with no problem. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out. Like that is a very, very significant difference between what's happening now versus what has happened in the past. And this is why, like, for me personally, I have it gives me hope. It gives me hope. So all right, let's continue.
Or strengthening signals. So this is definitely one of the core issues that I know a lot of groups, not just intelligence agencies, but a lot of groups have been working on and trying to find solutions to since the last wave of protests. So I hope that something like that is afoot, even if they are cutting off the internet. We know that if this continues, they're going to try to cut off all the internet. But even when they do that, they get a lot of criticism from the international community, and they're already under tremendous pressure with sanctions, also with Israel possibly engaging in another round of fighting. And I think that they are teetering. The regime itself is teetering right now, and they don't know that they will be able to survive another round of conflict with Israel at the same time that they have mass protests calling for regime change inside the country.
I think you're right, because one of the easiest thing to do in any of these crackdowns was to completely shut down the internet, and they do it within 5 minutes, and they've done it so many times. This time they've slowed down the internet, but it keeps coming back. So it's either the people who are getting the orders are not following the orders, or they're lying. Oh yeah, I've done it, but I haven't done it. Or somebody is basically, whether it's again the Mossad operatives or the others who've helped to prepare the infrastructure so that when they try to bring down the speed of the internet, they're able to bring it back up or use other infrastructure, because we are still getting the footage. At this point, day 5, we should not get any videos anymore. It takes time, but it is coming. So it's a fascinating situation. They've also managed to capture yet another IRGC vehicle linked to the intelligence forces. And we can also, they're reporting that in one city, we're trying to find out where, one civilian has been killed. Let's go see what's going on. Yeah, and then there's the whole problem of how they are literally, as you said, standing in front of the security forces and chanting Reza Pahlavi, which is big treason. Big treason. It's not normal for a crime. It's treason. Let's quickly see that.
Yes.
Now they're saying Reza, King Reza, bless your soul, rest in peace. That's a bomb. Shootings. Do you have any?
I don't know if you've.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I don't know if you've shared the footage already from today, but I believe it was somewhere in Loristan. They brought a trailer or truck of bricks to throw at security forces. So it's been interesting to see how the different provinces also assemble their resistance to the Islamic Republic. It was it made me chuckle a little bit, but honestly, it's very, very courageous what they're doing. I mean, they're really putting themselves out there to take a stand against this regime.
You know what? I'm literally gonna put this on now because yeah, that's part on the list, but I'm gonna put it on now because this is the funniest thing I've seen. I'm guessing basically the farmers or whoever basically brought in the tractors with all the bricks. There we go. Let me just put it on now. Look at this. Wait, so I don't. So they got all the bricks in there, and then people are gonna go pick them up, store them, and then use them. It's the fact that this is their weapons, and it reminds me of when the Palestinian propaganda in the 80s and 90s was the Islamists would give rocks and stones to their Palestinian children to go in front of the IDF soldiers and throw them. That's like, what's that
Yeah.
going to do? They genuinely thought that the IDF soldiers will start shooting the kids. Like, what? Idiots.
Yeah, the difference is the Islamic Republic actually does shoot protesters over things like
Yeah.
that, and the IDF does not. But
Yeah.
that actually does bring up something interesting that's important to note, I think, just in general. I wouldn't say these are nonviolent at all.
Yeah.
I think it's justified given the fact that this regime has been literally murdering their own people, almost 2,000 executions this year alone. And that's formal executions, not people they just shot on the street like they're doing now. But rocks, Molotov cocktails, these kinds of things are not nonviolent methods. And rocks actually can and do kill people. And I think if you're fighting against the Islamic Republic, then great, more power to you. But it isn't. I wouldn't classify any of it as nonviolent. Definitely not.
Yep.
So we have a super chat, and I just want to address this because this is very important. Let me just get this video ready here. So you know, this is this is a legitimate question if you are not familiar with Iran or Iranian politics. But for those of you who have been following my stream and my channel for a very long time, you will already know the answer to this question. So, Purgatorius says, I fear if the authoritarian regime in Iran falls, someone more radical could take over and Iran could buckle and collapse into ethnic violence and civil war like Syria, Afghanistan. Wonder if any police/military side with the people. So first of all, you have to understand that Iran is not like Syria or Afghanistan. Iran has been a proper country for the last 3,000 years. That narrative that you hear about, you know, oh, Iran, like, you know, civil war, you know, whatever, that's a narrative that the Islamic regime itself puts out in order to make non-Iranians afraid about exactly what you're saying, right? Like they want non-Iranians to think that if the Islamic regime goes, something worse will come in place so that non-Iranians just end up wanting to support and maintain the status quo because they're worried about something worse coming. First of all, the reality is that there is literally nothing worse. There is literally nothing worse that can come you know, after the Islamic Republic. That's number one. However, number two is that Iran is a proper country. Iran is a proper nation. The Iranian identity has existed for thousands of years. So you cannot compare us to Syria or Afghanistan, right? Like these are countries that are based on like, you know, fake borders. No hate to the Syrians and Afghanis, but I mean, you guys know what I'm talking about. Especially in Syria, like it's based on like fake borders that were just carved out by the British, whereas Iran and the Iranian borders have been around for thousands of years. So that's the first thing. Second of all, Iran is not Arab. Iran is not, you know, Afghan. Iran is Iran, a civilization that has been around for 3,000 years. After that, I just want to say that prior to 1979, Iran was a secular constitutional monarchy. And the only reason the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat happened is because it wasn't even an organic thing. It was a movement that was between the communists and the leftists, and it was actually supported by Western nations. So what's happening right now is Iranians are trying to reverse that. Finally, finally, we're going to get into, for those of you who have been following my channel for a while, you will already know that we do have a transitional leader in place. He is supported by over 80% of Iranians. And there's a reason that Iranians right now in occupied Iran, and, I just want to say this, if you have been following the Iranian demonstrations, if you have been following my channel, and per Actorius, I know you've been following my channel, so I'm actually a little confused by your question, because I have constantly shown videos of Iranians chanting for King Reza Pahlavi, right? Who is he? He is the Shah of Iran in exile. The Shah of Iran in exile already has a plan. He already has a system. He's supported by over 85% of Iranians in occupied Iran, and he has already put out his transitional plan. So I don't know if you're just worried or if you're fear-mongering. I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to play 2 videos for you. The first one is his message to the Iranian people. And the second video is one that deals with the Iran Prosperity Project. So if you want to learn more about what Iran is going to look like the day after the Islamic Republic is overthrown, that video is incredibly important. So here we go with the 2 videos. So here's his first one. This is his message to the people. Let me just make this bigger here.
درود میفرستم به شما بازاری ها و مردمی که خیابان های تهران را به دست خود گرفته اید. وضعیت اقتصادی مملکت تا زمانی که این رژیم سر کار هست رو به زوال خواهد بود. زمان این رسیده است که همبستگی خود را بیش از پیش حفظ بکنیم. از تمام اقشار جامعه میخواهم که به سایر همیهنانتون که در خیابان‌ها هستند بپیوندید و شعار سقوط نظام را سر دهید. و به خصوص پیام من به نیروهای امنیتی و انتظامی این است: سرنوشت خود را به دست خودتان بگیرید. این نظام در حال فروپاشی است. در مقابل مردم نایستید، به مردم بپیوندید. ما پیروزیم چون حق با ماست و متحد و یک صدا هستیم.
So there's that video. I'm now going to play the video from the Iran Prosperity Project for you. This is a very important video because this video goes to what's going to happen the day after. And so everyone needs to check out the website, Iran Prosperity Project. But here's the video. I've translated, I've added subtitles for you. So here you go. Just watch this.
ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.
مسئولین کشور و همه آحاد مردم پشت سر نیروهای مسلح‌اند. امروز از همه جناح‌های اونا قراردادگان در دست کشورگران
اینجا دیگر صدا و سیمای جمهوری اسلامی نیست. این صدا و تصویر تلویزیون ملی ایران است. ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.
There you go. So, what I can tell you with 100% confidence is there is literally nothing that's going to make Iran worse. But even more important than that, Iranians across the country have never been united. And so, for those of you who've been following my live streams for the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, you'll know that literally every single video that I share with you, doesn't matter from where in the country it is, Iranians are all saying the same thing. They're saying, this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Pahlavi, of course, is a reference to the current Shah of Iran, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. They're saying Javid Shah, which means long live the king. And they're also saying Reza Reza Pahlavi inas sha'ar milli, which means Reza Reza Pahlavi, this is the final, this is our national slogan. So there's literally zero probability that Iran's going to go into civil war or that someone worse is going to come. The only reason that you're not hearing about Reza Pahlavi in the media is because the media has always been pro-Islamist, pro-leftist, pro-communist. And so if they want to talk about the Shah of Iran returning, that literally goes against their narrative. So you're not going to hear about this in mainstream media. I guarantee you. Because the mainstream media, leftists, communists, and Islamists have been gatekeeping this information from the rest of the world. That's actually one of the reasons why I'm even doing this live stream, is because I'm here to bring all of that information to you. Dr. C. Nola says, are Iranians past the point of no return, whereby the backlash for not eliminating the existing regime is worse for the people? 100%. 100%. The fact that Iranians around the country are saying Javid Shah, aka long live the king, the fact that they are going out and they are spray painting on walls, this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return. The fact that they are going up to Islamic regime security forces and they are saying, in akharin nabard Pahlavi barmigarde, which means this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return. The fact that they are going in front of government buildings and they are literally chanting in English. They're saying in English, King Reza Pahlavi. Why are they chanting in English? Because they want to send a message to the world, right? So even in English, they're saying King Reza Pahlavi. They want the world to know that we are done with the Islam. We are done with the Islamic Republic. We are done with Sharia law. We are done with 47 years of oppression by Islam and Islamic Republic and Sharia law. Like Iranians, we're done with that. We're done. We want to overthrow the Islamic dictatorship and we want to go back to what Iran was prior to 1979, which was a modernizing, secular, constitutional monarchy. So there you go. I'm just newer, not trying to be mean. I just like to have history and intricacies of the situation. So showing the transition info is good. I'll take a look. Oh, well, you know what? I appreciate it. Well, that's why that's why I take everything with a grain of salt. But you know, I just want to say, like, one of the narratives that the Islamists use is they will compare like Iran to Syria or Libya or Afghanistan, and it's literally not the same. So, I mean, all questions are welcome. I'm glad you're keeping an open mind, but no, Iran is not going to go into civil war. Our Iranian identity has been around for thousands of years, and it will continue to be around for thousands of years. You know, Iran is one of the oldest countries in the world. Actually, no, Iran is the oldest modern country in the world as well. So I'm grateful you're here. And, you know, we're going to continue with sharing updated videos. And again, the one thing that I want to point out in all of the videos that I'm going to be sharing with you, you're going to hear a common theme and a common element. And that common theme and common element is calling for the current Shah of Iran, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, to return to Iran. And so the other thing I wanted to say is the demonstrations have escalated to a point where the level of intensity is something that I actually haven't seen before. Not even during the Mahsa Amini demonstrations 3 years ago, right? So even 3 years ago, when things escalated, they didn't get this far. And yet, even though things have escalated so much right now, we still are not seeing violence. You know, we're not seeing looting. We're not seeing anything like that. All we're seeing is Iranians going after Islamic regime buildings, right? And so that's really important because, you know, if there was a worry that there would be like some civil war or something, you know, you would see looting, you would see storefronts destroyed, you would see, you know, people fighting people. You're not seeing any of that. The Iranian people are 100% united. So you are literally witnessing a war between Iran versus the Islamic Republic. So it's Iran versus their colonizers. And all Iranians, regardless of which city they're in, are incredibly united. And so that's why you're not seeing anything like that. But you know what? 2C TV, I just got a notification. Is this, wait. Did he just go live or was this? Okay, so 2C TV just did another live. So why don't I go to his live? Because again, like there's so much information coming out here. So let me find that. And okay. Like, okay, so 2C's live stream, his live stream was streamed 30 minutes ago. So while I get that prepared, because I did promise Elijah that I would share some 1970s Iranian commercials while we are, you know, while we're waiting for videos to come out. So let me do this because I did promise. Oops. Let me add the screen share here. Let me do this because I did promise that I would share some 1970s commercial videos just so that you guys can, you know, just so that you guys can see that Iran was not always doom and gloom. Like our country was not always doom and gloom. You know, we were a beautiful, free, Western, secularizing, modern country. So let me just share this. I think this is the one. Okay, here we go. So let me just share a few commercials with you. And then in the meantime, I'm going to get the 2C TV commercial, 2C TV live stream prepared. So, okay. Here we go, guys. Here's the first one.
For an unusual travel experience, just board an Iran Air Special Performance 747 jetliner. And you will go from an airport in New York to a Persian tea house, right out of the 1001 Nights. I'm Günter Less, and I can assure you that this first-class lounge is a very pleasant way to pass the in-flight hours. The food is excellent, and your needs are attended to in true royal fashion. So you arrive refreshed and relaxed. Whether you travel first class or economy, with Iran Air, every trip is a journey to adventure.
Iran Air, non-stop from New York to Tehran, London, or Paris.
So there's actually a funnier version of that commercial that I will share with you in a few moments. But now we're going to go to... Wait. Give me one moment here. Something's playing in the background. Wait. All right, sorry. There was like something playing in the background. Okay, so the next one we're going to go to... Oh no, what happened to it? Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is the next commercial. It is an appliance commercial from Iran in the 1970s. So here's what a 1970s appliance commercial looked like before our country was taken over by Sharia law in Islam.
اگه هستی عیال بر میخوای یخچال جادر غذای سالم تازی نور آسمانش تصویر حال داره تمام جانی تلویزیون آزمایش تو گرمای تابستون هوای پاک و بهتر خونه بازم خونه کرد صدای آزمایش نمیذاره بمونه رو هم رفته خونه کارش رو میدونه لباس روی شیک آزمایش عبی گرم فراغون باشی تو خونه هاتون همه کاری میشه آسون با گرمان خود بر آزمایش.
Yeah, you're right. Not much difference between here and there, except for language. Okay, so here's another Iran Air commercial. I think this is the one where they had like the Middle Eastern background music, which if this is the one, this is like this is one of my favorite night. You know what? Let me do this. Let me bring myself back because this is literally my favorite commercial. So oh wait, but then the screen is small. Okay, I'll get rid of my face, but literally one of my favorite commercials ever. So here we go.
Well, here we are in Tehran, the exciting capital of Iran.
Wait. I gotta turn on the closed captions because otherwise it's hard to follow along. Because like I don't even know why Iran Air chose like this random German guy who can barely speak English, but there you go. So 1970s Iran Air commercial that was advertising Iran to Americans, but it's like this random German guy. So there you go.
Well, here we are in Tehran, the exciting capital of Iran. I boarded this new Iran Air 747 special performance jet in New York City. The non-stop flight took exactly 11 hours and 15 minutes, and we flew 1 mile higher than other jets. So we had an unusually smooth flight. I enjoyed the excellent food, a first-run movie, Persian hospitality, and even slept a little. Now refreshed and relaxed, I'm ready to explore Tehran and all the other pleasures that can be found in the land of 1,001 nights.
Did you catch that, guys? Iran is the land of 1,001 nights with like that do music in the background. There you go.
Let Iran Air take you on a journey to adventure you will never forget. Romantic, exciting, breathtaking Iran.
Iran Air. We take you there. We take you back.
There you go, guys. So, I just want to say though, like, that wait, let me pull this up here. So that motto by Iran Air, not gonna lie, a little sketchy. It's like we take you there and then we take you back. But there you go. Like again, like Iran was a normal country. Even in the 1970s, before Islam took over, there was a direct flight between New York City and Tehran. It was an 11-hour nonstop flight. So, you know what's really frustrating as an Iranian? Like all of these nonstop flights that, like, the Arab countries, brag about today. It's like, oh, look, in like 2000, we brought a nonstop flight between, I don't know, New York and Riyadh, or New York and, I don't know, Dubai or whatever. All of these things that they're bragging about that, they've done in the last like 10, 15 years. Iran already did that. In the 1970s before the Islamic dictatorship took over. So, it's taken like 50 years for the Arab countries to catch up to what Iran was back in the 1970s. And then, of course, the Islamists and communists ruined our beautiful country. So, which is a shame, but there you go. All right, so Mahir Tusi actually has an updated live stream, and I want to get to this because let's see what he has to say. So I'm just going to play this live stream, and here we go, because he has been working around the clock 24/7. Wait, where's this video? Let me find his video here. Sorry, guys. Give me one moment. I think it is. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Welcome back to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and we have some breaking news coming from Iran as the whole situation with the uprising is escalating very fast. The Iranian people continue to have full control over many cities and towns. The Islamic Republic forces in a desperate way are shooting at the protesters, and now the Iranians have managed to not only take control of a number of police stations, they have now also captured and obtained a number of police equipments, and also Islamic buildings are getting attacked. We've seen this before with mosques and Islamic centers and seminaries. It's still going on. There is a lot to cover. We have all the videos for you guys in this live stream. We're going to get your reaction live as usual. Let's quickly go to Iran and see what we are dealing with first. If you haven't seen our first two updates from today, there was a lot to cover earlier as well. Definitely check it out. We had a couple of special guests with us earlier. First, let's go to Khudasht as the situation is still ongoing and the city is under the control of the Iranian patriots. Let's go. Yeah. So, the biggest problem right now, apart from the fact that the regime have failed to contain the imminent rise of the movement, is that why is it that the media right now in the West, everything that we've seen so far has been from the perspective of the regime. Now, there is something very fascinating that I have to show you in case you haven't seen this, because this goes to The Guardian, the newspaper, The Guardian, so-called newspaper, of course, and they have published an article which is interesting by the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Now, this is not a drill. This is not a joke. It's a serious issue. And this is what we're dealing with. This is The Guardian, and that's Abbas Araghchi, who's published a propaganda piece for The Guardian, attacking President Trump and, of course, Israel and everybody else. So they have time to do that, but apparently The Guardian don't have time to tell the truth about what's going on in Iran. Now, in Qazvin, the regime thugs are now on the run. They are struggling to control the city. The next video is kind of funny because they decided to go hide in a shop. I think it's a local pharmacy, and the angry people chased them and, banging on the door, tried to storm into the shop to capture them. It's an absolute chaotic situation at this point. They haven't really been able to completely shut down the internet, by the way, because that was one of the biggest things that they were supposed to be doing, but they have failed to do. And but they have obviously managed to slow it down every now and then, but it keeps coming back up. So somebody's doing something to do a counter sabotage. And now there's more to cover. Before we do this, just a quick heads up, if you're enjoying the channel, of course, as your global news channel, if you want to get more out of this and also want to support us, the best way is to become a member of Tusi TV Plus. If you scan the QR code down here or just visit tusi.tv, the link is also in the description, you can get full access to our streaming service. And obviously we have our latest documentary, October 7th, Beyond Survival. And you also get full access to all our other shows and interviews and everything else that we have. Our podcast, of course, the Tusi Talks. So that's there for you guys, in case you want to. Now, protesters are also attacking the members of the IRGC Basij, and they've managed to contain some of the chaos, but they are also shooting at them. So this is what we're dealing with now. They basically got a couple of them. It's getting very, very vicious. People are angry. And don't forget, if you don't know.
So I played this video earlier when Johnny was here, and yeah, like I showed how even though that Basij, Islamic regime person was armed, Iranian people have just they've lost their fear, right? And so this is where the slogan, "This is the final battle, Pahlavi will return." This is how encouraging and inspiring that slogan has been, because for Iranians, this is really the final battle. Like there's no going back. As someone in the chat asked, is this a point of no return? Yeah, this is literally the point of no return, because to say the phrase Javid Shah, aka long live the king, that's treason. That's treason. To say this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return, that's treason. And so saying that is basically a death sentence. So this is literally the point of no return for millions of Iranians across occupied Iran. Like they have nothing left to lose at this point. So there you go.
Know what's going on in Iran, and you just out of context see this sort of footage, you'd be like, well, the Iranian people have gone crazy. Well, this is violence. No, it is after 47 years. This is self-defense. Okay, straightforward. This is simply self-defense, and even now.
So I 100% agree. So all of this violence that we're seeing by Iranians, 100% self-defense. This is in response to the violence by the Islamic dictatorship that has been murdering and occupying and oppressing us for the last 47 years. So I'm not a fan of violence. I don't condone violence, but I mean, what Iranians are doing, this is a response. It's literally a response to 47 years of brutality by Islamic terrorists, under the guise of Islam and Allah and Muhammad and Sharia law and, all their like jihadi nonsense.
Night and over the last few days, it has been the regime that started hitting people and shooting people. So this is simply self-defense. Now let's go to Isfahan. The Iranians have managed to seize the equipment of the riot police, so including riot shield.
To like, I don't know, the random, like, I don't know, Pakistani or Arab person in the chat who's like, the West coup Iran in 52, 54. Obviously, you know nothing about Iran, and I will not tolerate the historical revisionism about Mossadegh. Anyone who knows anything about the history of Iran knows that the Shah of Iran ascended the throne in 1941, and Iran actually became a constitutional monarchy in 1906. And so this whole like false narrative about, the Mossadegh coup, well, it was Mossadegh himself who was a Russian traitor. Sorry, he was a Russian asset, and he tried to take over the parliament and suspend the parliament. And so by the request of the other parliamentarians, the Shah of Iran used his constitutional authority to disappoint or remove Mossadegh. So he appointed Mossadegh based on the constitution, and he used his constitutional authority to remove Mossadegh and immediately replaced him with another prime minister. So there you go. There you go. You want to talk about Mossadegh? Why don't you talk about the prime minister that came before Mossadegh? And why don't you talk about the prime minister that came after Mossadegh? So take your communist, Islamist, jihadi nonsense somewhere else, because I'm not going to tolerate it tonight. I'm just not going to deal with your nonsense.
And everything else. So some of the equipments have now fallen into the hands of the protesters. Let's go and see. There you go, they get the riot shield. Yes, so they're now walking around with the police equipment easily, but a lot of the Islamic symbols and the IRGC symbols and monuments, obviously statues are now being brought down. The latest one that we have is the statue of Qasem Soleimani, the former leader of the IRGC. Let's go and enjoy that. This is in Zainababad. So that's yet another statue and monument that has been brought down. Now, let's have a look at... somebody says, dude, you're a newsman. You're not supposed to take sides. I absolutely have to take sides. we don't believe in the nonsense of the BBC or CNN saying impartiality is very, very important. Humans can't be impartial, you absolute idiots. What you need to do is be objective. Be open about your own biases. Report the facts first. I always report the facts first. Then I add my opinion. But I won't even tell you what you should think. It's up to you based on the facts I've given you and the opinion and my own biases, which I'm honest about. You can see what is happening. But my bias is quite simple. I will always support anybody on this planet who believes in two things: life and freedom. That's it. Yes, I will always take the sides of life and freedom. Now, let's go to Sabzevar, as the IRGC Basij base and headquarters has just been hit with Molotov cocktails. It's quite interesting. Yesterday or a couple of days ago, so someone said in the live chat, are the Iranians going to be using Molotov cocktails and things like that? And they didn't before. Now they are using it, obviously in self-defense. They have to defend themselves. So yes, things are getting very, very violent. And we're going to show you the video from the IRGC base that has been hit. There's been also a couple of videos on social media, very graphic, and members of the IRGC set on fire. And we don't know exactly the number of casualties from that side. We'll find out tomorrow. So that's the IRGC base. And it's going to go. There we go. So while this is happening, most of the bases we believe to be empty. We believe that they've already been evacuated, because they're not that stupid to just stay inside the building. A lot of them are nowhere to be seen in general, the actual members of the IRGC. We don't exactly know where they are. The numbers are very low, continue to be low. But in Bakhtiari, an Islamic building and seminary has now been set on fire as well. So this is huge, because we have seen obviously mosques and Islamic centers previously being attacked as well by the Iranian people. Obviously, if you do it in the UK, Keir Starmer is going to call you far right. So basically everybody in Iran is currently far right. And that's how it works apparently.
You know what? He makes a really good point. Even according to like some of the progressive woke lefties in Canada, literally everyone in Iran right now is considered like hard right? But you know, because they don't like the fact that we're rising up and we're just very nationalistic and we just don't want wokeism, leftism, communism. Like we're just rejecting that and they don't like it. So we're technically all like hard right. That's also one of the reasons you don't see the media reporting on it, right?
But people don't care, because they know that these centers and these places, these buildings are being used as a headquarter for the militias.
Also, apparently, we're very Islamophobic, because we're now, you know, attacking all of the religious centers and lighting them on fire. But, you know, as Maher Tusi says, like, we Iranians, we don't care, because we know that these quote unquote Islamic religious centers are being used for terrorism. So there you go.
Seen in general, the actual members of the IRGC. We don't exactly know where they are. The numbers are very low, continue to be low. But in Bakhtiari, an Islamic building and seminary has now been set on fire as well.
Oh no, the Islamophobia! The Islamophobia! Think of all the Islam, like literally Iranians in occupied Iran are setting religious centers on fire because they know that these religious centers are like hubs of terrorism, right? We know that these religious centers are hubs of terrorism, but then you have like these woke politicians in the West and these woke police officers in the West, and they're like, oh, you know, this act of terrorism was not motivated by religion. Meanwhile, Iranians in occupied Iran, literally, they're burning up like Islamic religious seminaries, right? So there you go. 80 million Iranians are apparently Islamophobic because, you know, I don't know, the woke progressive left in countries like Canada and Australia and, you know, I don't know, wherever, they know Islam better than Iranians, right? So there you go. There you go. 80 million Iranians, Islamophobic, but you have the police officers in Australia, for example. In Australia, they're like, oh, this religious attack that was connected to the Islamic State was motivated by hate, not religion. Yeah, okay, give me a break. Anyways. Guys, watch and learn. Watch and learn from Iranians. As we say in Persian, yad begir, yad begir.
So while this is happening, most of the bases we believe to be empty. We believe that they've already been evacuated because they're not that stupid to just stay inside the building. A lot of them are nowhere to be seen in general, the actual members of the IRGC. We don't exactly know where they are. The numbers are very low, continue to be low. But in Bakhtiari, an Islamic building and seminary has now been set on fire as well.
Whoopsie.
So this is huge because we have seen obviously mosques and Islamic centers previously being attacked as well by the Iranian people. Obviously, if you do it in the UK, Keir Starmer is going to call you far right. So basically, everybody in Iran is currently far right, and that's how it works apparently. But people don't care because they know that these centers and these places, these buildings, are being used as a headquarter for the militias. These are the places where they would go to hide, they would go to basically regroup and rally the troops and do their trainings and everything else that they do. A lot of intel is there. And so they have to obviously go and attack in the belly of the beast. That's what is happening in Iran. Now, Iranians who continue to be mostly unarmed in Kermanshah are now using fire extinguishers to create essentially a smoke cloud to essentially limit the visibility of them in front of the IRGC thugs. Let's go and have a look at that. Complete war zone. Now, earlier on, we had two guests on our live coverage that we had. We had Emily Schrader and also Mossad's very own Catherine Perez Shakdam. And both of them said something interesting because we were talking about the... Someone says fake AI. How can fake AI means real? Did you realize, right? Double negative, basically. You have to say AI because if the AI is fake, that means it's real. I don't think they understand how English works. So they mentioned that in terms of the role of Mossad in Iran, because obviously Mossad still have a lot of operatives on the ground, and also CIA, but mostly obviously Mossad has been quite proactive and open about what they've been doing, almost. And we do know that behind the scenes, there have been a lot of things that's happened. But it seems like, based on what Emily and Catherine were saying, it seems coordinated in the sense that they know exactly where to go and what to do, when to do it, and how. So we have all these towns and villages and cities and islands. Everybody's everywhere. So it's draining the resources from the IRGC. They don't know where to go. It's not just in one place. Previously, you've had the smaller uprisings where for a couple of days people come out and they all mostly go to Tehran or Mashhad or Esfahan. And obviously everyone's in one place. The IRGC go and shoot everyone, done, go home. This time around, the people are everywhere, but also the places that they are hitting. We've seen a lot of governance buildings in different provinces and also regions. So it seems like people know this time what they're doing. And the other example is the fact that the internet is still technically operating. They slow it down, it keeps coming back up. So somebody's there to help with the infrastructure of internet connectivity in Iran with ordinary people. So more statues have been brought down, by the way. It's not just Qasem Soleimani. Oh yes, all the Ayatollahs are coming down. This is helicopter. That's Ebrahim Raisi, the former president of the Islamic Republic, who had a bit of an accident in the mountains when he was on his helicopter. Whoopsie. And so that statue has also been toppled. More to come. In Karaj, to the west of the capital in Tehran, there is a video we're going to show you. The man filming from inside his car saying that people are beating up the IRGC Basij members. See, a lot of these videos are blurred because they want to make sure that the identity of the people are not discovered. Hang on, there's something happening here. We're getting some breaking news. What is happening? Okay, another police station has been set on fire now. This is in the western parts of the country, so we'll find out exactly where shortly, and of course give you guys the update, and we'll get that verified first, obviously. Now the offices of one of the imams in Bakhtiari, that's the place that has also been destroyed by the protesters. Giving the dates in the video so people know when it was filmed. Yeah, so, but the security forces, a lot of them have gone rogue again because they've been given a green light. If things escalate, just shoot. And so the security forces of the Islamic occupation are now directly targeting the unarmed protesters, this time in Hamadan. You can see them over there, two of them. There we go. They're just running towards the crowd. They're just targeting anybody that they see. And but they are still desperate. They are still losing. I know I've been saying this, but tomorrow we expect things to get very, very vicious from the regime's side. So I don't think you've seen anything yet in terms of the killings and the...
Actually, things are already starting to get very, very bad. I want to share a video with you guys, and I think I'll end it here. So wait, how do I add this? Add to stage. Why is this not showing? Yeah, this is the one. Why is it not showing? Wait, what do I have on stage? Okay, there's something here that's not showing. Wait, okay. Let me see here. How do I fix this? Okay, and then all right, there we go. So I'm gonna end it here, guys, because what Mahyar Tusi said about how things are going to get very, very vicious. It's already happening, and so I want to end on this video. So, this is a video of you can see the Islamic regime's Islamic regime forces just driving by. They're supposed to be going after the protesters, right? But in this video, you're going to see Islamic regime terrorists. They're going to target a civilian car, and they're going to point and shoot like just point blank, like right into this car. This car, by the way, had absolutely nothing to do with the riots, nothing to do with the protests. And first of all, even if it did, it still does not give the right to Islamic terrorists to just shoot into the car. But this is what they do. And this video, it reminds me of Kian Pirfalak. Kian Pirfalak was he was an 8-year-old boy, and he was shot point blank by Islamic regime terrorists 3 years ago. 8-year-old boy, he was murdered by the Islamic Republic, and no one outside of Iran ever spoke about him or protested about him or anything. But this video is really horrifying to us Iranians, because this video really reminds us of how the Islamic dictatorship murdered this 8-year-old boy. And I'm seeing a lot of trolls here, so let me just ban the trolls. But anyways, so for those of you who want to understand the savagery that Iranians have to deal with, for those of you who want to understand the like how barbaric Islamic terrorists are, watch this video, because this video, and I'll play it a few times, but this video shows you exactly how savage and barbaric Islamic terrorists are. And for those of you in Western countries, the Islamic terrorist attacks that you have experienced, it's nothing compared to what we Iranians have been dealing with for the last 47 years. So when we warn you about Islamic terrorists, when we warn you about importing these 7th century Islamic jihadis into your countries, when we warn you about this, we're speaking from experience, okay? I want you to watch this video. I'll replay it a few times, but here you go. So I just want to point out, so here's the civilian car, and then here is this Islamic regime savage, and as you can see, he's holding like a gun in his hands, and then as he's walking by this civilian car, right, the civilian car literally just drives up, right? So the civilian car has nothing to do with what's going on, and as it drives up, you see that guy like cock his gun, and just watch what happens next. Just watch. Did you see that? Like he literally just shot right into the car. Look at this. Like, what is that? Who does that? Right? He just shot right into the car. So, yeah. I mean, this is what I mean. This is what I mean when I say that we're dealing with Islamic savages, right? This is what I'm talking about. When we're dealing with Islamic savages, right? They literally walk up to us and they shoot us in our own cars, right? And they do this under the name of Allah and jihad and Islam, right? They do this because they're protecting their so-called Islamic Republic. So when I say that these Islamic savages have been murdering us Iranians for the last 47 years in the name of Allah and Islam and jihad, this is what I'm talking about, guys. So ask yourselves a question. Would you rather know the truth about what's happening in Iran, in occupied Iran? Would you rather know the truth in order to protect yourselves in your own countries? Or do you think I'm Islamophobic for showing you a video of a Muslim Islamic terrorist shooting point blank into a family car? You tell me. Right? There you go. This is what jihad looks like, guys. This is what jihad looks like. And if you tolerate this behavior in your countries, God forbid, you might be next. Because Iran did not become an Islamic dictatorship overnight. It took several decades. And right now, what's happening in occupied Iran is Iranians are fighting with their lives to correct the mistake that happened 47 years ago. So guys, thank you for joining me for my live stream tonight. Pray for Iran, pray for the Iranian people. Please do not allow the focus to shift from occupied Iran. Keep the world's eyes on the Iranian people. Help us in our fight to overthrow the Islamic dictatorship, because what happens in Iran will have a direct effect on your countries. If Iran is freed, you guys are going to see less Islamic terrorism in your own countries. But I'm telling you right now, if you just sit back and let these Islamic savages enter into your countries, if you allow them to talk about normalizing Sharia law, God forbid, 10 to 20 years from now, the same thing that has happened in Iran will happen in your countries. And then you will have to pay with the blood of yourselves, your family, your children. That's what you're going to have to pay with in order to free your country. So do not make the mistake that Iranians made in the 1970s. Do not allow these people to take over your countries. You fight back. You fight back. Do not allow them to shame you into claiming that you are Islamophobic or misogynistic or xenophobic or I don't know, whatever other ick or iya or whatever label they want to throw at you. Do not allow them to shame you for that. You protect your nation, you protect your country, and above all, you protect your flag. Because if you don't protect your flag, what they will do is they will even take your flag away from you and they will replace it with Allahu Akbar. Okay? Do not allow them to replace your flag with Allahu Akbar. That's what they did to Iran in 1979. And now we are paying the price, and we are fighting and paying with our blood to reclaim our country. Anyways, thank you everyone for joining. Happy New Year. Thank you to all of the comments. Thank you to all of the super chats. It really means a lot to me. Your support has been incredible. It really has been. And so, yeah, I will see you guys all tomorrow. I'm going to go get some rest myself because it has been quite a long day. But I do want to thank you for all of your comments and all of your support. And as always, Payande Iran, Javid Shah.
ایمان من تو ای زادگاه نیاکان من بدی بداندیشی و کینه و دشمنی بود خوی و کردار اهریمنی زمیندار گفتار و کرداری همیشه پدید آید آزاری چو ایران ما مهد زیبایی است مهین سرزمین اهورایی است دلم می کند هر دم آهنگ تو که ننگ است ماتم به فرهنگ تو چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد ملی بوم و بر زنده یک چنین ملت پاک و گردن فراز به یک جنبش تازه بودش نیاز بشد انجمن از دلیران پارس ز پاکان و روشن ضمیران پارس از ایران زداید نشان بدی بر افروزدان پره ایزدی سپربند کند بزم ناپاک را کند بارور از هنر خاک را هنر دانش و رامش و شادی است هماهنگی و صلح و آزادی است چو ایران نباشد تن من مباد ملی بوم و بر زنده یک تن نباد
این نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده.
ایرانیان آزادیخواه، فرزندان دلیر سرزمین پارس، با جدیت و عزم راسخ از شما می‌خواهم که قدرت جمعیتان را به نیروهای سرکوبگر نهاد جمهوری اسلامی و تمام دنیا نشان دهید. برخیزید و اتحادتان را به نمایش بگذارید تا تاریکی عقب نشیند. از شما آزادیخواهان می‌خواهم که در کنار هم و در یک روز و یک ساعت در سراسر ایران بزرگ قدرت جمعی خودتان را به صورت امن به نمایش بگذارید. نیروهای سرکوبگر توان مقابله با شما را در همه شهرها و خیابانها ندارند. به نیروهای مسلح ملی فرمان می‌دهم در خانه بمانید. در آن روز بزرگ که مردم قدرتشان را آشکار می‌کنند از مقابله با برادران و خواهران ایرانی خودداری کنید. به یاد آورید که شما نگهبانان ملت هستید، نه ابزار سرکوب. کشورهای خارجی تنها برای پیشبرد اهداف خود عمل می‌کنند و نبایستی مسئولیت تغییر و جایگزینی حکومت را بر گردن بگیرند. این حرکت نهایی بر دوش شما مردم آزادیخواه خواهد بود. پیروزی نور بر تاریکی قطعی است. به نام ایران و به حکم رسالت تاریخی از شما می‌خواهم که به یاری ایران بیایید. افتخار شما در نگهبانی از تمامیت ارضی ایران و جان و مال ملت ایران است. برخیزید. آزادی شما در همبستگی و شجاعت شماست.
ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.
مسئولین کشور و همه آحاد مردم پشت سر نیروهای مسلح‌اند. امروز از همه جناح‌های اونا
آنچه آغاز شده برگشت ناپذیر است. دستگاه سرکوب رژیم در حال فروپاشی است. خطاب به نیروهای نظامی و انتظامی و دولتی برای حفظ رژیمی که سقوط آن آغاز شده روبروی ملت ایران نایستید. با ایستادن در کنار ملت جان خود را حفظ کنید. باشد که به زودی در کنار شما باشم.
اینجا دیگر صدا و سیمای جمهوری اسلامی نیست. این صدا و تصویر تلویزیون ملی ایران است. ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.